Started the nonprofit Partnership for Los Angeles Schools in 2007. Partnership for LA Schools is a collaboration between the City of Los Angeles and the Los Angeles Unified School District to turn around some of the city's lowest performing schools and create a model for doing so district-wide.
Oh, what do we have here? My goodness, look at that. The Partnership for LA Schools, Mercury Insurance Group, $250,000.
You are not limited. You're limited only by your mind and what you decide you want to be limited to. So you can achieve everything you can conceive.
Thank you to Mr. Joseph for investing in our schools. Thank you for giving us the tools so that these young people can go further faster.
The money is targeted for the partnership's blended learning program, which includes 22 LA inner city schools and impacts 16,000 students. The strategy is to use online learning programs to support teachers who need to reach students of varying levels within the same classroom. The program seeks to improve student outcomes in math and English language arts through the use of software programs.
According to the state, a successful school scores 800 on the Academic Performance Index. It's a high number. We've doubled the number of schools at 800 in the last 7 years.
And with the help of the $250,000 donation, the Partnership for LA Schools can continue to guide tomorrow's leaders to a path towards success.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph.
From the Dolores Huerta Elementary School in Los Angeles, I'm Cindy San Luis for LA This Week.
Los Angeles is leading the way in giving residents healthier choices when it comes to food. Rasha Goel has more on how city officials are pledging to tackle the obesity epidemic.
Los Angeles is committed to becoming healthy. The city recently adopted a good food purchasing pledge, a policy aimed at giving Angelenos better options when it comes to what they eat.
By instituting the Good Food Purchasing Pledge, we can vote with our dollars for food that is healthy, fairly produced, and sustainably grown.
The policy urges institutions such as schools and hospitals to commit to meeting 5 key food purchasing requirements.
Number one, that agencies like public organizations like the City of Los Angeles purchase food that is nutritious. Secondly, purchase food that is sustainably grown. In other words, that adheres to agricultural practices that protect our environment. Number 3, foods that are grown on farms where labor practices are fair. And finally, where there's humane handling of animals.
And lastly, to also only purchase food that provides opportunities for small and mid-sized farmers.
Los Angeles Unified School District is among the many supporters of building a good food system here in Los Angeles. It has already begun implementing changes at schools to help promote a healthier lifestyle for students.
Breakfast in the classroom, where every child in the school district will get a breakfast at no cost to start the educational day. Right now, we have over 100 schools since the start of this year that have implemented it.
But it's not just public institutions. Councilmember Jan Perry's office has been pushing for changes in South LA, such as limiting the number of fast food restaurants there.
We developed design guidelines to slow down the over-proliferation of fast food outlets and couple this with an effort to bring in grocery stores and sit-down food establishments to increase food choices in South Los Angeles.
And when it comes to food choices, Councilmember Paul Koretz also reminds Angelenos about voting yes on Proposition 37.
Proposition 37, which calls for labeling of genetically engineered foods for sale in California. It's about time. It's a simple food label because Californians have the right to know what's in their food.
While institutions are being asked to take a pledge to effect a change in the region's food system, city leaders say, at the end of the day, it's up to each individual to take their own pledge to change their food habits. From City Hall, I'm Rasha Goel for LA This Week.
Los Angeles is the first city in the country to sign the Good Food Purchasing Pledge. Despite our current economic conditions, America is still known as the land of opportunity, and a local service organization recently hosted an event to assist small business owners. Cindy San Luis has more.
Bigger, Better Business is one of the main programs of the Phi Beta Sigma fraternity, a social service organization involved in community outreach issues. Its local Kappa Delta Sigma chapter recently held a seminar providing business and investment education to the public.
I am prepared today to talk briefly about the changes to the tax law for 2012.
Sharon Sanders, an IRS outreach and liaison specialist for small businesses and self-employment, stressed the importance of business owners setting up their businesses correctly.
If you set up your business correctly, knowing that, factoring in that you have taxes to pay, then you're most likely going to be more successful than if you get caught up and later on you say, oh, I didn't realize I had to pay this kind of tax or that kind of tax.
You'd be surprised how many people send things and forget that they're representing their company.
Clarence Espinoza works for the Los Angeles World Airport, also known as LAWA, which oversees LA's regional airports, including the Los Angeles International Airport.
We do a seminar on the first Wednesday of every month on how to do business with LAWA, and by extension, the entire city of Los Angeles. We have a local preference program at the airport that also provides a bidding advantage of up to 8%. So there are different things that people can do to become engaged.
An AFLAC representative spoke about the benefits of having supplemental insurance.
AFLAC pays the insured directly to help them pay for any out-of-pocket expenses that they may incur when they're hurt or when they're sick.
It's hoped attendees left the seminar feeling more empowered and confident about starting and running their own bigger, better business. I'm Cindy San Luis for LA This Week.
Councilman Bernard Parks' office hosted the Bigger, Better Business Workshop. One-stop shopping for prospective entrepreneurs, the winner of the 6th Street Bridge redesign, and the police turned to social media for help identifying potential victims of the grim sleeper killer. These stories and more in City Beat. And the winner is HNTB. Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa and Councilmember Jose Huizar recently announced the architecture firm HNTB as the winner of the International Design Competition for the redesign of the 6th Street Bridge. HNTB's design, featuring a ribbon of arches, beat out that of two other design firms for the redesign of the 80-year-old 6th Street Bridge, which is considered the most at-risk bridge in the city to collapse during an earthquake. The majority of the funding for the $401 million project comes from the Federal Highway Bridge Program. Construction on this Department of Public Works project is expected to begin in 2015. Councilman Eric Garcetti has announced the latest way his office is helping to cut the red tape for aspiring entrepreneurs. Garcetti has teamed up with Jason Nazar, who created the website license123.com, to announce a collaboration that will provide free one-stop business permitting services to those who want to open a business in Los Angeles.
Lack of understanding of the business permitting process can result in delays and increased costs. Time is money, and that keeps businesses from opening or moving here.
We built this platform that literally within 30 seconds, you're going to figure out every license and permit you need for your business.
Those needing permitting help can go to Councilman Garcetti's council office website, cd13.com, to access the License 123 link free of charge. Lonnie Franklin Jr., the man charged with killing one man and 10 women in or near South Los Angeles, is behind bars awaiting trial. But police are still trying to identify the women whose photos were found in its home. In their latest move to identify 42 women photographed by the so-called grim sleeper killer, the LAPD has launched a Facebook and Twitter page. Police say the photographs were taken between the years of 1976 and 2010. Simply go to Facebook or Twitter and enter LAPD Grim Sleeper. Anyone with information but wishing to remain anonymous can call 1-800-222-TIPS. The curb lanes on Wilshire Boulevard from Fairfax Avenue to Wilton Place have been repaved. Councilmember Tom LaBonge allocated nearly $1 million in Proposition C funding geared for transportation projects to fix the gutter lanes of Wilshire Boulevard in his district. In total, a 2.7-mile segment of Wilshire saw resurfacing improvements, with a 16-foot wide section on each side of the street being redone. Nothing brings more joy than a care package from home. It's even more special when it's sent to soldiers serving overseas. Yana Kay has more on a local hero who received a very special surprise.
LAPD officer Stephen Underwood has been away from his family for the last 10 months, serving in the military in Afghanistan. but a special care package with his name on it is headed his way, thanks to a nonprofit organization called For the Troops. Underwood was chosen to be the recipient of the organization's 60,000th care package.
I was amazed. Just, it's such an honor, with him and being over there. And just, it truly is. It's just an honor that they picked him to receive the package.
For the Troops is just one of several nonprofits like the one you're seeing here that makes care packages for soldiers. And for its 60,000th care package, For the Troops auctioned off the privilege of packing it at a recent golf tournament. That auction was won by an LAPD reserve officer who chose to send the package to a deployed reservist and fellow LAPD officer.
To get a little something from home, a little something that brings back the memories of not only their family but of the United States is a huge, huge boost to morale.
Started 6 years ago, For the Troops is based in Simi Valley. Its goal is to acknowledge the outstanding work and unwavering support of LAPD's military personnel deployed around the world. The nonprofit operates solely with the help of volunteers.
We're thankful we have our volunteers and our supporters.
Right, exactly.
So we can support our guys that are in harm's, our guys and gals that are in harm's way.
Now, these care packages contain many staple items such as Q-tips, baby wipes, toothbrushes, toothpaste, games, snacks, and books. And the organization says they receive many emails and letters from troops thanking them for their generosity and support. I'm Yana Kay for LA This Week.
Steve Underwood is scheduled to return from duty in January. If you'd like to volunteer or donate, visit forthetroops.org. In this week's list of things to do, Photo Day at the Zoo, 1930s Los Angeles in pictures, and an exhibit on our nation's founding fathers and the documents they drafted. The 23rd annual LA Zoo Photo Day on Sunday, November 4th, offers photographers the opportunity to capture natural-looking wildlife photos without having to go into the jungle. Photo Day provides photographers the tools required to create fantastic photos right at the zoo. Novice shuttlebugs will be able to attend hands-on workshops to learn the basics of wildlife and nature photography. For prices and additional information, go to lazoo.org and click on the calendar link. A new Depression-era photo exhibit is now on view at the Central Library downtown through March 9th of next year. The exhibit, called How We Worked, How We Played, Herman Schultes and Los Angeles in the 1930s, offers a glimpse of what the city was like at that time through the lens of Herman Schultes, a former Walt Disney Company engineer and photographer. His photos of Los Angeles in the late 30s reveals a working-class city showing signs of urban decay, but also forging ahead with progress. The LA Central Library is located at 630 West 5th Street downtown. You can also see a few of the digitized photos from the collection by going to lapl.org. In the crucial weeks leading up to the election, the Skirball Cultural Center helps put today's politics into historical perspective with the exhibit Creating the United States, on view through February 17th of next year. The exhibit showcases how our nation's founders managed to draft documents, including the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, through collaboration, competition, and compromise. On view are original documents and autographed letters by George Washington, John Adams, John Hancock, and Thomas Jefferson. The Skirball is located at 2701 North Sepulveda Boulevard. Go to skirball.org for more information. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do. An estimated 8,000 attendees came out to enjoy an outdoor musical festival where some big names in music took to the stage. Rasha Goel takes us to Balboa Park.
The scorching heat didn't keep Angelenos from enjoying the inaugural Balboa Music Festival at Balboa Park in Encino.
We're having a great time. It's beautiful.
Big names in music, including Robin Thicke and their reunited 80s group, New Edition, were among the lineup.
The music is good. The atmosphere is good. It's wonderful. The food, the drinks, everything.
It was also great for the Los Angeles Parks Foundation, which received a $2,000 donation from council member Dennis Thine.
This check is going to help the Parks Foundation support the many groups, Boys and Girls Clubs, and many other groups that they work with here at our city parks.
Officials say this isn't a one-time event. They look forward to next year, hoping to make it even bigger and better. From the San Fernando Valley, I'm Rasha Goel for LA This Week.
Part of the concert proceeds also went to the LA Parks Foundation to support their continued work in programming and park maintenance. That's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you could catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
What if a disaster strikes without warning? What if life as you know it has completely turned on its head? What if everything familiar becomes anything but? Before a disaster turns your family's world upside down, it's up to you to be ready. Get a kit, make a plan, be informed today.
When I first came to the U.S.,
I brought my hopes and dreams for a better life.
Since becoming a U.S. citizen,
I'm running for public office.
I've traveled with the freedom and security of a U.S. passport.
And I voted for President of the United States.
U.S. citizenship means a better life.
I chose opportunity.
I chose freedom.
I chose responsibility.
I chose to become
a U.S. citizen.
I'm a proud American.
G'day, Troy McCubbin from North Hollywood. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
Good morning. It is Wednesday. Trick or treat, October 31st. I want to welcome you to your Los Angeles City Council. My name is Herb West, and I'll be today's presiding officer. We have a quorum, I believe. Mr. Clerk, if you could please call the roll, and we'll get started.
Alarcon, Buscaino, Cardenas, Englander, Garcetti, Weezer, Corretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Zion, Wesson, 10 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Krikorian moves, Garcetti seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Labange moves, Mr. Zine seconds.
Mr. President, there's been a request from members to continue items 8 and 13 to next Wednesday, November 7th. That's 8 and 13 to Wednesday, November 7th.
Without objection. So are we prepared to go through the agenda as of now?
Yes, sir, we are. Items 1 through 6 are items noticed for public hearing.
Okay, do we have cards?
Mr. President, we have cards on 1 and 6.
Members specials? Okay, then let's hold the two items that we have cards on, and let's move forward and vote on the other items. Madam Clerk, would you open the roll? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, yes.
Yes, sir. Pardon me, sir. Unless reconsidered later this meeting, when we do have 12 members, the orders will go over 1 week for a second read.
I understand that, and Mr. Clerk, I'm optimistic we'll have 15 members today. So we will reconsider those items at the appropriate time and vote on them again. So are we on items 7 through 18?
Yes, we are, sir. Those are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay, members special, Mr. Zine?
7, please.
Wait, I didn't hear you.
7.
7?
Bill?
For Mr. Zine. On which one? 7? Okay, so we'll hold that. Mr. Labange?
14 special, 14.
Okay, 14 for Mr. Labange. Members, any other specials?
16.
Mr. Cardenas, 16. Okay, on the remaining items, Madam Bill? 11. Okay, on the remaining, Mr. Cardenas?
And 12.
And 12. On the remaining items, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, next section of items, 19 through 31.
Yes, sir. Items 19 through 31 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, without objection, those items are now before this body. Do we have any cards?
Yes, sir, we do. We have cards on items 21, 27, 29, and 30.
Okay, members, Mr. Cardenas?
29.
29. Mr. Zine?
26.
26. In fact, can we have some quiet in here as we're going through the agenda, please? Shh. Okay, where are we at now, Mr. Clerk?
We are looking at items called special for items 19 through 31.
Okay, we've already gone through the cards?
Yes, sir, we have.
Mr. Rosendahl?
23, 24, 25, and 26 special.
Okay, Bill, you must have taken your vitamins this morning.
I did.
You're Mr. Cardenas.
30.
30. Mr. Clerk, is there any item left that we can vote on right now?
I believe there might be one or two, sir. Those would be items 19, 20, 22, 28, and 31.
Okay, on those items, let us, Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Next.
Mr. President, items 32 through 35 are items scheduled for closed session. Would you like to hold them on the desk?
Why don't you just hold for right now, Mr. Parks?
I would just like on 28, if we could ask for some urgency for the committee hearing on that motion. It's died in committee twice, and we believe had that motion had been processed, we would not be having the kinds of concerns at the airport as it deals with living wage and health benefits. And so it's asking for the committee to move forward as quickly as possible to maybe resolve some labor disputes.
I would hope we can honor Mr. Parks' request on item 28. Okay, now that brings us back to Mr. Krikorian. What are you recommending?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Budget and Finance Committee has considered items 32 through 35. 32 and 35 are settlement recommendations by the City Attorney. Item number 33 is a recommendation to decline a settlement proposal, and 34 is a recommendation to pay on a judgment. Budget and Finance Committee has considered all of those matters and recommends the approval of the recommendations. We don't need to consider those in closed session unless members have particular questions that need to be discussed with Council.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, why don't you do what it is that you have to do where it relates to these items?
Just for the record, public hearing was satisfied in committee.
Very good. Mr. President, if I may, item 32 in the case entitled Lilith Shakalyan versus City of Los Angeles, there's a recommendation to expend $375,000 in settlement. Item 33 in the case entitled Joseph Shalom versus City of Los Angeles and Carlos Manuel Robles, there is a recommendation to reject the plaintiff's offer of settlement. Item 34 in the case entitled Michael Hutchins versus City of LA, there is a recommendation to expend $228,665.79 plus interest in order to effect payment of judgment. And item 35 in the case entitled Jacques Noel versus Officer Juan Paz, there is a recommendation to expend $440,000 in settlement.
Thank you. Okay, any cards on these items?
Yes,
or
sir.
they have all of it has been satisfied, the public comment has...
Public hearing was satisfied in Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Okay, Madam Clerk, let's prepare to vote. Let's open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, where are we?
Mr. President, that brings us to the continuation agenda. Items 36 and 37 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Specials members? Mr. Parks.
Could we hold all of those revenue issues and hear them together? So
Yes, that's my plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Clerk, where it relates to items 36 through 39, we'll just hold those and we'll lump them all together.
Very good, sir. And for the record, items 38 through 41 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration for those matters.
Okay. Without objection, those items are now before us. Is there anything left to vote on where it relates to that block?
No, sir.
Okay, so let's move on. What's next?
Mr. President, given the time of the special meeting, that would bring us back to presentations or items called special for.
Okay, now, Mr. Cardenas, are you ready? It's my understanding that even though you're... Yes, Ms. Perry.
I'm sorry, I should have spoken up further earlier. On item 41, I have an alternative that I am working on. I hope to speak to the city attorney about it today, and I'd like to ask for this body's consideration to continue item 1 for one more day, till Friday.
That's fine.
You need to vote on it?
Continue item.
To the next council meeting.
Yes, I do.
Very good. Without objection, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so without objection, we will continue item 41 until this Friday. That date is what? I see you, Mr. Cardenas. That date is what, Mr. Clerk?
That would be November 2, sir.
Okay, and so it is. Mr. Cardenas, are you ready? It's my understanding there's
it's
one
item
car.
29.
Yes.
If we can, it's a resolution, but we'd also like to do a presentation. So if we can go to public comment first.
That's fine. So we'll move now to item 29. We have one public comment card on that. Mr. Walsh, could you please come forward? Mr. John Walsh, HollywoodHighland.org. Mr. Walsh. Will, could you please be quiet, sir? You speak when you're recognized and not before. Mr. Walsh. Okay, I've called your name 3 times, Mr. Walsh. Let's move forward, Mr. Cardenas.
You want everybody to gather around? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Gives me great pleasure and honor to announce that it is Down Syndrome Awareness Month in the city of Los Angeles. And let me explain a few things about what we're celebrating here. Down syndrome is the most commonly occurring type of genetic disorder, occurring in 1 in every 691 births in the United States, and affects all races, ethnicities, and socioeconomic levels. There are more than 400,000 people living with Down syndrome in the U.S. and over 4,000 people living with this condition in the county of Los Angeles. DSALA is an organization that first began in 1975 by 15 parents of children with Down syndrome to provide peer support. At that time, there was a lot of misinformation about Down syndrome floating around, and since then, since its inception, DSALA has grown from serving 15 families to serving over 1,800 families on any given day, right here in Los Angeles and beyond our city borders. DSALA is growing at a rapid pace. Over 80 new families come to seek services and support from DSALA every year. DSALA's services have also expanded into Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Bernardino counties. Services include peer counseling for parents, finding meaningful employment through training and educational programs, and providing recreational programs and opportunities for children with Down syndrome. DSALA's worked vigilantly to dispel the myths and misunderstandings about Down syndrome and create an understanding and acceptance of individuals with Down syndrome. Since 1994, DSALA has co-sponsored a local buddy walk with the National Down Syndrome Society to raise the level of awareness in our community. Every year, more than 250 walks take place nationwide. Last year, Buddy's Walks raised over $11 million for National Down Syndrome Society and local not-for-profit organizations around our great country. This event attracts thousands of families and friends and community members. The Down Syndrome Association of Los Angeles is hosting their Buddy Walk on Sunday, November 11th in Santa Anita. Anyone interested in participating or sponsoring in this event can contact the organization through their website or over the phone. Please join me in welcoming all of my friends that have Down syndrome and their families to the council this morning. Good to see you. Good to see you. Here representing the DSALA is the Director of Administration and Development, Mr. Jim Hodgson.
Thank you, sir. Dear Council, I want to thank you for acknowledging the amazing culture, the culture that's behind me, and that's the culture of Down syndrome. October is Down Syndrome Awareness Month, and it's fantastic that it's being acknowledged here in the city. As discussed, the DSALA has been around for 35 years. We came about at a very difficult time with societal norms viewing us as different, but we are not different. We are absolutely alike. The Buddy Walk, which is November 11th, is coming to the Santa Anita Park. What happens that day is we get about 17 to 2,000 individuals, family members, moms, dads, grandmothers, grandfathers, individuals with Down syndrome, joining together to create the world's largest family of those with Down syndrome. And I'd love to see every one of you there. It's a fantastic event filled with the beauty of Santa Anita Park, as well as more hugs than you'll ever see anywhere on the planet, and smiles. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jim. Thank you very much, Jim. Hold on. Here it is. I'd like to present to all of our friends with Down syndrome this wonderful resolution signed by all of the elected officials of the City of Los Angeles. And it says, Down Syndrome Association of Los Angeles, Down Syndrome Awareness Month. Congratulations, and this is the first of many, many presentations in these chambers, and I'm sure that my colleagues are going to continue this wonderful tradition for many years to come. Congratulations, and thank you all for coming here. We're going to go have some fun in the rotunda, right? Okay. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Councilmember Cardenas. It's a beautiful tradition that you started, and I congratulate you for that. And thank you to our guests. I believe this is also an item that we will open for a vote. So let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That passes. So our next time, I believe we're going to address the ordinances.
Yes, sir. If you'd like, we can now vote to reconsider items 2 through 5. They were ordinances.
Great. We have all of our colleagues in the horseshoe. So let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Fantastic. So let's move to our next presentation.
Pardon me, sir. Those ordinances are now before council for a vote.
Now before council. Okay. So let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, jump the gun on you there, Mr. Clerk. So our next item. So I believe we do have a presentation. Councilmember Perry, are we ready?
You're the star. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. You are the star. Come on, you guys stand.
Councilor Perry, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Today it is my pleasure to welcome someone who is a cultural treasure, and her name is Ofelia Esparza, and I welcome her and her family to the council chambers. As many of you know, this Friday, November 2nd, is Dia de los Muertos, or Day of the Dead, a Mexican tradition that commemorates All Souls Day with family gatherings to remember and pray for friends and family members who have passed away. What most people don't know is that the first public Day of the Dead celebration was held here in Los Angeles at Self-Help Graphics. In 1980, Ofelia began installing public altars, or ofrendas, for the Dia de los Muertos, that Self-Help Graphics Day of the Dead celebration. She is a fourth-generation altar or ofrenda artist who has preserved the tradition of ofrendas by passing down the art to her 9 children, as well as people who have come into contact with her work. These public altars are a reflection of her spirituality and Mexican Indigena roots. She has imbued these values in her children, reminding them to take pride in their cultural heritage through her artistic displays. Beyond her immediate family, she has been sharing this tradition throughout our city and state and is internationally recognized for her ofrendas. In addition, she has been a leader in art education at the Los Angeles Unified School District for 28 years. Using a multicultural approach, she has included art into the curriculum, hosting workshops for teachers on how to incorporate art into grade-level classrooms, and by instituting annual school-wide art exhibits for Dia de los Muertos. Her altars and exhibits have been showcased in museums and galleries around the world and From Plaza Olvera to the Glasgow Print Studio in Scotland, she has contributed to the diversity and heritage of the city of Los Angeles with her displays, inspiring the next generation and our communities to take pride in their neighborhoods. This year, Ofelia and her daughters, Rosanna and Jax, were invited to create the commemorative seriograph for Self-Help Graphics' 39th annual Dia de los Muertos celebration and co-curate this year's art exhibit. Self-Help will have its celebration this Friday from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. so you can each see and experience Ofelia's art for yourselves by supporting that event. So please join me in welcoming Ofelia and her children. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes.
And introduce your children.
Okay. I am honored to be recognized this morning. Thank you so much. I'm very proud that my children, some of my children are accompanying me, 5 of them, or is it it's 5?
It's 5.
It's my son, Javier Esparza, my daughter, Denise Carrillo Esparza, my daughter, Jacqueline Sanders, Esparza Sanders, my son, David Esparza, and my daughter, Rosanna Esparza Aarons. I have many grandchildren, and they have all assisted in some way in the preparations for Dia de los Muertos. I think it's so important that we continue, that we keep this tradition, especially when I speak to young people. I want to emphasize that Dia de los Muertos is not Mexican Halloween. It's something so special, and that the word spreads over the rest of the nation, as it is becoming very popular in other parts of the United States. So I thank you for this opportunity, and I'm just so pleased. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Perry, I want to thank you and bringing Mrs. Esparza here today. I think it's important that we amplify the beauty of our cultures and how we can reflect on our spirituality, but also in these trying times to maintain that positive message, and how we continue to engage our loved ones, whether they're here physically or not. And I thank you for that reinforcement.
Thank you.
Lord knows we need it. So thank you so much. Thank you, Councilman Perry. Okay. Seeing no one on the queue, Mr. Clerk, our next item.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 1, called Special for Cards.
Okay. Item number 1. We do have John Walsh on item 1. Mr. Walsh, are you here?
John Walsh, HollywoodHighlands.org for identification purposes. Go there right now or go to Mayor Sam. The most important thing here is this is another liquor license. The liquor license brings crime. Incidentally, Mr. Garcetti talks about how crime is down. Well, go to Crime Mapping LA. They have every community in the county. And you will see clearly that the property crime rate, due to alcohol, due to the fact that there are so many bars, and this is true, the crime rate in Hollywood is greater than the crime rate in West Compton. And what does that say? I'm looking for an apartment in West Compton because it's getting so bad. And if you go to West Compton, you'll see that the Compton politicians have made sure there are not nearly as many per capita bars in their area. HollywoodHighlands.org. I have an explosive announcement coming up. I'm going to explode, nobody else.
Okay. See no one else on the queue. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, next item.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 6, called Special for Cards.
Okay, so we have with us George Banashan. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. George Banashan from Sunland. George, are you here? George Banashan, are you here from Sunland? It's item number 6. Going once. Going twice. All right. That is the only card on number 6. All right. Please quiet down. You're disrupting the meeting. Please cooperate. That is all we have for speaker cards. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
That brings us to item 7 called special for Councilmember Zine.
All right. We do have a couple of cards on this item. Councilmember Zine. It's already had public hearing? Okay. Okay. So, Councilmember? All right, so let's open the roll. We already have public comment on this, correct?
We already have public comment.
All right.
I called it special. No, I called it special for me.
Oh, I didn't know.
Well, the reason I called special, Mr. President, is some folks contacted me. They wanted to speak for a minute, and I told them one lady came up from San Diego, so I told we would indulge to have them speak a minute. I think there's 2 cards on the matter. If we could just give that courtesy. So I'd make a motion that we permit 1 minute apiece for these ladies that I gave a commitment they could speak, and then we could go ahead and vote on it.
There's a motion. You have a second?
Mr. Joe.
There's a second. So let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote for 1 minute.
All right.
All right, so let's do that. 1 minute each. We have Carol Davis and Sydney Cicero. Please come on up. Carol Davis and Sydney Cicero, I believe.
Thank you, members of the City Council and Councilmember Koretz. I'm West Coast Director of the Companion Animal Protection Society. For the record, we're the only national org that exclusively investigates puppy mills and pet factories since 1992. We conducted a 2-year investigation of LA's pet stores and the California and Midwest mills that supply them. We found a conspiracy to defraud LA's consumers. We found a web of animal abusers who use our city, the second largest market of factory-bred pets, as their gold mine. We brought photographic and video evidence of routine violations of state and federal laws to protect animals to City Council member Koretz. In the Midwest, we found the parents of the animals sold here are suffering. They're bred until they're dead. They're living in canine supermax prisons. We went inside to bring you the truth, and you acted. With this legislation, we send an arrow into the bullseye of the pet factory business, and our city becomes an example around the world. After 8 years of investigations and hundreds of protests, and not all these people will be speaking, all of them, it'll be very short. After 8 years of investigations and hundreds of protests, we are optimistic about finally breaking the blood money contracts between puppy mill owners who abuse animals and
I need you to conclude, ma'am.
And LA
Please
pet
finish.
retailers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oops, got too close. I'm representing Bunny World Foundation. I'm here to support the current bill, and I would request from the council members, please do not exclude rabbits from this list. I believe there are several opposers that claim that there are specific pet stores that sell rabbits only. We're not aware of these. We have been doing investigation in Santiago for the last 4.5 years, and there are lots of pet stores that actually legitimately sell rabbits and supply illegal animal vendors. So this is going to assist the cause. Rabbits are companion animals just like cats and dogs. They're as intelligent and they're litter box trained. Please do not reconsider the motion to include them. Thank you very much.
For the record, please give us your name.
My name is Leila Hadjimuratovic. I'm the president of Bunny World Foundation. We have 20,000 members, And we have the whole world supporting us with this ban, and congratulations on passing it, and I'm happy to be part of this city.
Thank you very much. Those are the two cards that we had. Okay, so your name, please?
Sydney Sicarel. I'm the San
Okay.
Diego campaign coordinator for the Companion Animal Protection Society. I just came up from San Diego because I wanted to thank Councilmember Koretz for sponsoring this important ordinance. I'd also like to thank Jeffrey Ebenstein and Dov Lessel for their review of the CAPS investigation report for the ordinance to prohibit the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits from commercial factory farms. And I especially want to thank Carol Davis for her hard work for 8 years of LA pet store protests, her comprehensive 2-year investigation report of pet stores and puppy mills, their puppy mill suppliers, and for her untiring investment in saving the lives of suffering animals in factory farms. This is an important day. I appreciate the City of Los Angeles, for City Council for this important legislation, and you've paved the way for our ordinance in San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes all the speakers. Seeing no one on the queue, let's open the row. Councilmember Zion or Rosendahl, you choose not to speak on this item, correct?
I don't need to speak.
Mr. President, all I did was offer those folks the opportunity to speak, and that was my commitment.
Okay.
Thank you.
And, okay, there's no one else on the queue? Councilmember Rosendahl, are we okay? Okay, let's open the row, close the row, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 11, called special for Councilmember Cardenas.
Councilor Cardenas. Next item.
That brings us to item 14, called special for Councilmember Labange.
Okay. Okay, Councilman Labange.
Thank you very much, members. I just want to let you know in this great historic building that we have, there's so much history that goes beyond. Who was the first planning director? Who was the first engineer? Who was the first councilman of the 4th District? All that, whatever the district is, whatever the part of the city, we should capture that history. The Los Angeles City Historical Society has stepped up to be a partner, and I'm joining hands with them, working with our General Services Department to take the space which was the Hallmark's card shop. It's going to be vacant for months and months and months. And why don't we open the doors instead of having a closed door so people can learn about the history? Potentially, it could be something for the future. And this will be an opportunity to learn about Los Angeles. Already, with the closure of the Grand Hotel on Wilshire and Figueroa, LA Visitors Bureau lost their space to hand out material for tourists. This is another one of those opportunities to meet and greet people. All I just wanted to say, I got my heart and soul behind this to work with. I thank Mr.
Alan.
Weezar, Ms. Perry, and others as we went through committee to come back to you with something that you will like and inspire others to come. And I'm counting on June Lagbay to help as our city clerk. Thank you, Mr. President. Ask for an aye vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Labange. The public comment has been satisfied on this item based on there was a hearing in committee. So on this item, let us prepare to vote. Madam Clerk, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Please.
Forthwith, without objection. Okay, Mr. Cardenas, I think we called on you. Was it item 12, Mr. Clerk?
It was item 11. We do have 12 waiting in the wings as well, also for Mr. Cardenas. But item 11, called special for Councilmember Cardenas.
Ready? Yes. Item 11, I just wanted to clarify that what we would be voting on is to adopt this, we want to adopt and substitute the CAO report and their recommendations. And I think Mr. Rosendahl had called it special as well.
Thank you, Mr.
Bill?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cardenas. I just want to ask if there's some folks in the room that can help me on this U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development grant. I'm very worried about my district and the homeless issues this winter as we go into it. And if there's somebody here who can help me feel comfortable that we're going to be allocated some of those funds for the homeless issues we have in Venice. I just want to get some assurance that the St. Joseph Center and PATH are going to be recipients of this, and what kind of funding allocations are we looking at for each of the CD11 agencies? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Suzette Flynn. I'm with the LA City Housing Department. This is in the middle of an RFP process, so what I can say is a little bit confined so that it doesn't compromise that RFP process. There's going to be 6 family solutions centers throughout the city. 3 of them will be, and this is a joint city-county funded program, 3 of them will be in the city. And we are certainly anticipating that the districts will be served as necessary. But maybe I could speak to you in private about it, because I can't say a whole lot about we have applicants, they're being reviewed, we're in that process.
My biggest concern, frankly, is I open up the winter shelters on December 15th. I have over 200 people in those shelters. It's a big deal. There are a lot of homeless out there that need a place to stay, especially from December 15th through March 15th, which is the winter months. And the way things are going this year, God only knows what kind of weather we're going to have this winter. So I want to be assured, and maybe you can get back to me earlier rather than at the end and tell me how we do it. And as you know, both St. Joseph and PATH have been extremely active, as the Venice Family Clinic has. PATH has put 100 homeless from their campers into permanent housing. And St. Joseph has been an ongoing commitment to doing this. So it's critical for us, with the Venice Beach situation and the homeless in my district, that we get a piece of that and are able to function. So I look forward to that report back. If I could, I'd like to have a report back before this body, if possible, within a month, so we don't get tied up right on the December 15th deadline. Is that possible?
I will have to find out exactly what the time frame is. I know, as I said, the proposals are to be evaluated, and that's supposed to be finished as of next week. This particular program actually is not scheduled to start until January, however, and it's a year-round as opposed to just a winter program that is to help families who are homeless, and it's hopefully will be a program that continues on year after year, depending on the Emergency Solutions Grant funding from the federal government. But I do understand, Councilman, what your concerns are, and I'm happy to talk with you
I saw a gentleman
afterwards.
just come up there, and another lady. Did you guys want to say something real quick?
Yeah, Sally Richmond from the Los Angeles Housing Department. This money is in addition to the other regular ESG that we get, and there are already programs offered by LASA, and Dan Fisher from LASA is here, that do contract with St. Joseph. So they're already on track to receive money to provide services in your district.
Okay, and the LASA guy, you want to say something?
Good morning. Dan Fisher, Programs Unit Manager at LASA. Yes, Councilmember, I certainly understand your concerns. We are working with St. Joseph Center and PATH on the west side in various projects, as well as getting ready to open up the winter shelter on the west side, and we will ensure that those projects are able to connect with the new Family Solutions Center.
Very good. That's encouraging. And if you have your final report in a couple of weeks, then maybe
Bill,
we could have a report a week after that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. Alacon.
Yeah, actually, my questions are very similar to Bill's. What agencies are receiving this money?
I'm sorry? I didn't.
What agencies are receiving this money?
Well, there's an RFP process going on right now, and
so
it has not been
the
completed.
agencies that would be the recipients of the money have not been selected yet?
Right.
Okay.
There was an RFP. It was released, I believe, the end of July. We're 12 applicants, and there'll be 6 centers throughout the county. 3 of them will be located in the city, but they have not yet been selected.
And will it cover services in the San Fernando Valley?
Yes.
And I'm particularly concerned about the homeless problem at Sunland Tahunga Park and Sunland Park and the Tahunga Wash, as well as Hanson Dam. Are those areas included in this grant?
Well, the entire county is included. Can you speak to those specific areas, Dan?
As a part of the process, we're developing through the RFP 6 regional family solution centers. As Suzette, I believe, indicated, 3 of them will be within the city, and certainly 1 will be in the valley, and will concentrate on those areas of most need. So we'll certainly be looking at those areas as well.
So you don't know?
Since we're still in the RFP process and still haven't awarded those contracts.
Your concern is that those areas get special attention?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Is that on?
Mr. Chair? I can't hear.
Could you speak in the mic?
No, it's not her. It's everybody else.
Shh. Could we please be quiet?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
No, that's better.
I'm sorry. I understand your concern is those specific areas that they are targeted, so that because that's where your homeless concentration is in the valley. And I think that this program, it will have a regional center, but there will be outreach, and we can certainly work with whoever is eventually allocated the money to make sure that those areas get the outreach.
Did LA Family Housing apply? Are they one of the 12 applicants?
Can we say that? Yeah, yes, they did.
Okay, so I hate to do this on the floor of council, but do you know if their grant is general enough that they can move their services? Or I'm just concerned that Sunland Tahunga in particular, the park and the wash area where there's a growing problem with homelessness, that nobody is reaching out. I know LA Family Housing is developing a housing program there to address the part of that problem, but I'm just wondering if this grant has the opportunity to enhance those services.
I think it does have the opportunity, but I would really have to talk with LASA, because they're really running the program, and we can certainly get back to you very soon about that.
Okay, and we'll also connect with you and LASA. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I think it's great that the members are asking questions specifically about the homeless matters in certain areas on the west side, in the valley, et cetera. We all know that homeless emanate out of every corner of this country, and that they end up homeless in every corner of this country. So it's really good to know that we have elected officials who are concerned about the specifics of certain areas. Yet at the same time, if you could please let us know during the process of the final selection that the organizations express to us, and preferably in writing, that they are aware of the hot spots within the valley, the hot spots within our city, et cetera, so that we understand that they understand it's not just homeless generic, but it's homeless issues specifically to particular areas, and that they work well with the organizations that are already assisting with the homeless population in those areas, such as the 60-unit housing complex that LA Family Housing put up on Glen Oaks Boulevard in my district. It is now up and running, and they do have wraparound services as well. So we need to make sure that the selected organizations actually know what services are already being rendered, even if they're not directly rendered by them, but that they work with them closely. Okay?
We can certainly do that.
Thank you. And also, thank you. And then for clarification, we're adopting the CAO report, which is before us. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. President, accordingly, we should first vote on whether to substitute the CAO report for the HCED committee report, and then subsequently vote on that matter.
Okay, so let's do that. So the first vote is to
substitute the CAO recs.
Okay, so let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, now we'll actually vote on the item. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay. we're going to take up item 12, but I want to let everybody know after we complete item 12, we'll have our discussion where it relates to the revenue generating measures that we have on today's agenda. But we will take up item 12 now.
And Mr. President, for clarification, a communication from the Housing Community Economic Development Committee has been submitted and distributed for council for its consideration.
Fine.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cardenas for item number 12. Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify once again on item number 12 that we are going to be adopting the HCED report. Thank you, Mr. President.
No other cards on the queue? No other buttons on the queue? Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Good. Next item, please.
Mr. President, I believe it's council's desire to take up items 36 through 39 at this point in time.
All right, do we have any cards on any of these items?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Labange. At this point in time, members, the way I think we proceed is that I would like to call our CAO, Miguel Santana, and the CLA to the front table, have them walk us through all of these items. And members, please ask any and every question that you want to. This is a very important issue. So at this time, what we'll do is, Miguel, I think let's try to go to the general public comment on this item. So we're going to take the cards on items 36 through 39. So we'll start with 36. Okay, so Arnold Sachs, Steve Soboroff, Robert Garcia, Jessica Ellis. And Steve, if you get to the mic first, just go on.
I need to put my jacket on. Jacket on or off?
Mr. Zine, you're disrupting the meeting. As usual. Come on, Steve, let's go.
That's endeavor.
Start his time.
You know, it's so easy to look from the outside and say everything's wrong. It's so easy to look from the outside and say, God, you can't raise taxes, or God, you can't, or this is being misspent and that's being misspent. And you know what? It just doesn't do any good to take that approach. So as much as my insides tell me, you know what? There shouldn't be any more taxes. There shouldn't be any more increases until we get this in order and that in order and this in order and that in order. The more I look at it, the more a lot of things are in order, and the more a lot of great people are doing great things. So I'm not categorically against any increase, whether it's a parcel tax or a sales tax. I want to see the details, and I think that keeping our options, keeping your options open at this time are really important so you can get more detail on it. I do know one thing, that increasing the chargebacks to the Department of Recreation and Parks inordinately, way beyond what any other department is getting hit with, and decreasing the programming at these parks is going to, I just want to talk in monetary value, forget nobody's going to want to live here anymore, is going to cost the city 3 times, 4 times what the increase in chargebacks is going to be. We have to stop that, because there is no great city in America that doesn't have a great park system. There's no safe city in America that doesn't have a great park system. and there's no environmentally friendly city in America that doesn't have a great park system. So I appreciate what you're doing. It's so easy to criticize from the other side, and it's so wrong.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay,
Thank
guys.
you. Arnold Sachs, Robert Garcia, Jessica Ellis. Mr. Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Arnold Sachs. It's pretty fascinating that the City Council is going to look to act to get more revenue. You know, a couple of weeks ago you had discussion in the City Council chambers regarding the sale of Ontario Airport, and that the money made from that sale would go to LAX because it's airport money. Yet when you look at the chronological history that I got online from the city files, it states in 1985 that official transfer of the title from the City of Ontario to the City of Los Angeles occurred. Well, the title owner, if you have the title, then you're the owner. It doesn't say City of Ontario to LAX. It says City of Ontario to City of LA, City of LA. So what does that mean? Well, why does LAX get the money if there's a sale? That's the question. So how do you believe that? And let's look at what's going on right now. There's a Measure J on the ballot for maintaining Measure R. And Measure R was supposed to develop $1 billion in revenue for transit. Yet if you look at the last 5 years of audit figures from MTA, not only did they not even come close to $1 billion, the highest budgeted year for revenue was $700 million. They never made that figure. So how do you come up with $1 billion, Mr. Mayor? And not only that, but the revenues from Measure R are different from the revenues from Prop A and Prop C. How does that happen? Well, we've got honest and open, transparent city councilmen, so we know that that couldn't happen here. Yet the money that is sent to Metro comes from the State Equalization Board. So Metro's not doing the figuring, and you would hope that Metro would say...
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Okay, Robert Garcia, Jessica Ellis, Wayne Spindler. Arnold, your time is gone. I'll speak to the sergeants and ask them your question, and they'll forward it to me. Mr. Garcia, Jessica Ellis, Wayne Spindler.
Good morning, Robert Garcia. I'm Executive Director and founder of the City Project, a nonprofit policy and legal advocacy organization. We are here on behalf of a diverse alliance to support dedicated and equitable park funding through a parcel tax or other means. Los Angeles is park poor, has fewer acres of parks per 1,000 residents compared to other major cities in the nation, and there are also unfair disparities in access to parks and recreation depending on where you live, how much money you make, and the color of your skin. Parks can bring people together, and dedicated, equitable park funding is doing exactly that. We are here on behalf of an alliance that includes the Sierra Club, California League of United Latin American Citizens, Latino Coalition for a Healthy California, Prevention Institute, SPARK, the Social and Public Art Resource Center, Anahuac Youth Soccer Association, with which many of you are familiar, Concerned Citizens of South Central Los Angeles. So people are committed to improving parks. They are willing to tax themselves to create the kind of community where they want to live and raise children. Steve Soboroff and I are different in many respects. He is a wealthy developer and I'm not. I am a civil rights attorney. But we did work successfully. We have worked successfully on this. We worked successfully to raise $27 billion for school construction and modernization. We are past chairs of the LAUSD School Bond Oversight Committee, and that included the joint use of schools, pools, and parks. So we believe the public, the people of Los Angeles, city officials, the mayor, the controller, the future mayor of Los Angeles, should support dedicated and equitable park funding for all the people of Los Angeles. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Jessica.
Good morning.
Jessica Ellis, Executive Director of the nonprofit People for Parks. First, I'd like to second everything we've just heard from Mr. Garcia. And to add to that, we are also in support of this measure. Not only does open green space have many benefits, but according to a recent Rand Corporation study, the real bang for our buck in terms of public health comes from quality programs in the parks. And the recent budget slashes and chargebacks have had a serious toll on the programs that bring people out to interact with their community and get healthy and active together. That's why for us it's imperative for public health and community quality that we give this measure the opportunity to go on the ballot. Thank you very much.
Mr. Spindler.
It's another regressive tax. If a person has a $7 million home, his tax is going to be $39. If a person who is being foreclosed on or threatened to be foreclosed on lives in South Central, the tax is the same. If you live in Hollywood Hills, a lot of these old houses have multiple parcels, 2, 3, 4 of them that they're under, and that increases that 3, 4-fold. So what you have here is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax against the poorest people in the city who can least afford this tax. There's already Measure J in Woodland Hills. There's Measure MM. In the Hollywood Hills, there's Measure HH already on the ballot for the Santa Monica Mountains parks. So why is it $39 so that the poorest people of the city pay the same as the richest people in the city? This is a mockery. It should be based on means. It should be based on exemptions. Where are the exemptions for people who are on public assistance or on Social Security or retired or veterans? So you have a $7 million house, and the same tax is going to go on the guy with the house that's in a gangbanger area. This is a regressive tax. This is a progressive council. You keep telling me here and everywhere else, I'm the bad guy. You're for the little guy. Well, what you're doing is you're discriminating against the little guy in favor of the rich guys like Mr. Soboroff and the developers so they can call this money in for their friends. On that basis alone, you should vote hell no on this measure. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Carrie Sutkin, Arno Sachs, and Wayne Spindler.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Sutkin. I'm representing the Verde Coalition, which is also a broad-based grassroots umbrella of organizations throughout the city, South LA, Hollywood, Central LA, Northeast LA, and we're really happy to be here today. It's actually work that we've been at with many of you and staff and other organizations for several years. We've been observing the budget situation. We know how difficult it's been to find balance. You have many other needs as well. We have been focused on the issue of open space and access, and we find that it's the operations and maintenance of your beautiful parks and our beautiful parks that really need to be kept up. During difficult economic times and as we're coming out of the recession, we recently funded a poll, and it's the low-income people and the renters and the family people, the people that have kids that use the parks every day that really support a small investment in their parks. $39 a year we think is a very reasonable approach, and we encourage you to support this effort of diversifying funding. The general fund can't handle it all, and we can't support all of the general fund needs, but for a dedicated source for park funding, we think this is a very good option, and we would love to work with the city attorney and your staffs to tailor this so that it does get the best public support, including perhaps some exemptions for senior citizens and people on public assistance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Mr. Sachs, I'm going to call everybody's name on every item, and they get to speak until their time runs out. So now it's on you.
I want to use one more minute of my time, sir. Maybe
go ahead.
No, thank you. Couple of things. In the past couple of years with the council, you've allowed AEG the process of eliminating the bed tax for its new hotel, the Marriott's new hotel, The new hotel that's going to go up at 7th and Figueroa, bed tax eliminated, new hotel. Where have you decided to come back with the funds to replace that money? That's like almost $100 million right there. You're talking about increasing the bed tax, though, for other hotels. Let's look at what happened when the fees situation. Let's look at the trash fee increase that was supposed to pay for new police to get you over 1,000 people. How'd that work out? Oh, that didn't. And finally, I was going to say, I can't believe I forgot what I was going to say.
It happens, Arnold, to all of us, so it's okay. No, I'll call you again. All right, Mr. Spindler.
All right. Here we go with some more taxes. The hotel occupancy tax, sales tax, liquor tax, tobacco tax, tax. And why do we have all of these taxes? What's the meaning of this? And the answer is very simple. There are 15 chairs, and they're all bought and paid for by people who ran out of money. So you have to go after people who can't defend themselves. The guy who rents a hotel room from out of town, the poor guy who can't stop smoking, the poor person who has to buy liquor. So you're not going to drive to the next city for these products. I mean, the price of gas, you'd go bankrupt, and then, and they're asking the city attorney so who's that going to be? Carmen Trutanich our good friend is going to do this? So what I think he should do ethically, like you do with pets, Paul Koretz protects pets, little animals can't be sold into slavery. It's time to liberate the citizens of Los Angeles that are still here. We the denizens, I'm not even a citizen of the city anymore. I have no representation. I'm a denizen. Everybody here is a denizen, like a denizen. That's what they should be called. And I was up in Ventura 30 times this year trying to buy a home to get the hell out of the city. And the problem is I can't get a loan, and then I can't sell my house for enough money to get one up there because everybody wants to be there. The sales tax is 7.25%, and there isn't a pothole there in the entire county. So vote no on this crap. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Doug Arsenault, Manuel Hernandez, and Wayne Spindler again. Douglas, welcome.
Good morning, council members. I'm Doug Arsenault of the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, representing more than 370 members that contribute millions to the city's economy. VICA applauds the council for pursuing measures to increase city revenues today. However, there are a variety of proposals that have not been acted on that could be done immediately to increase revenues without going on the ballot. For instance, a non-exclusive waste hauler franchise system would bring $30 million into the budget. For instance, digital billboards would bring additional millions in revenue. For instance, the business tax reform package proposed by your own Jobs and Business Development Committee would net as much as $50 million immediately. Unfortunately, we are not talking about these reasonable approaches. Instead, we are discussing tax increases on city residents and property owners, some of the most taxed in the country. VICA asks that you act on the proposals left on the table before asking for our support on higher taxes. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez and Wayne Spindler. Wayne, come forward. You have 1 minute left.
All right, and finally, we have a document transfer tax, which in the 78 incorporated cities in LA County, we already have the highest. So why not make it higher? And that is the one tax. That's the tax that you get to pay for the privilege of leaving Los Angeles. Now, personally, if I could sell my house for a decent price, I'd pay more, you know. So the thing is that real estate agents, they're heavy campaign contributors. They don't like that tax. You better be careful with that one, because they might just back other people that are against that tax. That's the one where the real estate brokers and the developers, they don't like the document transfer tax. So that one has to go. So you forgot that. The people you're working for don't want that tax. So that should be immediately deleted by Mr. Santana. All in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hernandez.
Good morning. My name is Manuel Hernandez. I am a community organizer with Scopes, Strategic Concepts and Organizing and Policy Education. We recently conducted a research poll with over 3,000 voter households on local revenue options to address the city's budget deficit. We polled them on a business tax, oil extraction tax, admissions tax, parcel tax, and documentary transfer tax. While 46% were in support of a documentary transfer tax, the support increased to 62% for a documentary transfer tax for higher valued properties. These numbers are extremely important because struggling families, working class voters in the city have a perspective on revenue and taxes as well. Our communities are actively involved in the debate on who should be taxed in order to address the city's budget deficit. We're currently polling on a parking occupancy tax all the way through November the 6th, and the results we will bring back to full city council at a later time. We support new revenue solutions that embrace key priorities for our communities like parks, job creation, and maintaining city services. We're interested in supporting and helping to contribute to revenue solutions and be a resource and a leader in collaboration with your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, your head collegian, Mr. Walsh. Dow House Dude, come forward. Come on, Mr. Dude, you're the closest to the... No, you know what? You're going to forfeit your right to speak if you don't come to the mic when I tell you to. Now, come on.
No, I just...
No, you don't run this place, we do.
Hear him speak.
No, you speak. Go ahead.
I'm not making a big deal.
Go ahead, speak on the item.
Item... See, I wasn't ready.
Speak on the item.
Continued consideration of routes or parking tax. I'm in favor because the LAPD stole my car. I don't have a car. So tax everybody that's got a car. I'm in favor. Get those suckers because I don't have a car. Are you going to tax bicycles? When you tax my bicycle, I'll come after you. Personally.
Okay, Mr. Walsh. Followed by Annie Williams, your head collegian, Annie Williams. Yes.
Notice both of us are in Halloween costume today.
Oh, yeah. They all look like Congress.
This is a parking tax. We are 100% in favor of it. Take a look at what happened in New York right now. They have no subway system. It's gone. Their only lifeline is the bus system and automobiles. Without that, and that's the same thing that happened at Fukushima and Tokyo, buses saved the day. The same thing in New Orleans, buses saved the day and automobiles saved the day. And rail went to hell. And now that's why we must defeat Measure J, and we must put a tax on automobiles. They must be there for us. HollywoodHighlands.org. No on Measure J.
Thank you. Ms. Williams?
Good morning. I'm Ann Williams with the Central City Association, representing nearly 450 businesses employing over 300,000 people across the Los Angeles region. We have not yet had the opportunity to take a position on the proposed half-cent sales tax increase, and we would have appreciated being part of the discussion before we found ourselves at this stage. We support the city in trying to maximize revenues, but we just want to remind you that the process of how we get there is just as important. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Collegian?
Good morning. Eric Kashishian,
Wearing two hats today, I'm here also on behalf of the Central City Association, as well as the Downtown Center Business Improvement District, representing the 1,500 property owners in downtown LA. We support the city's attempts to maximize revenues, but this parking tax is not the way to do it. Let's step back and think about what's being proposed here. A 50% increase in the parking occupancy tax. A tax which does not simply affect the parking industry, or one or two industries for that matter. It is a tax on our restaurants, hotels, and hospitality venues that rely on reasonable parking rates. It's also an indirect tax on our property owners who, under the current proposal, would also be adversely affected. And in the end, that would hurt the city of Los Angeles. After all, why would a company pay higher parking taxes and locate in our city when they can set up their operations in a neighboring city at ultimately a lower cost? We ask the City Council to reject the current proposal from consideration. A parking tax increase would worsen what is already a competitive disadvantage when it comes to parking in the City of LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dude, Dow House Dude, we're moving on. 40. John Walsh, followed by Arnold Sachs.
Yes, on 40.
Oh, in fact, no. So we're not taking up 40 at this time. My bad. So now we've finished general public comment on items 36 through 39. At this point, we'll start the presentation with Miguel Santana, our CAO.
Good morning. 3 years ago, when the city faced a fiscal crisis, we projected that by July 1st, 2014, we would be confronting a deficit of well over $1 billion. Since that time, your council has taken aggressive action to reduce that deficit, and now we're projecting it to be at $216 million. All of that has been very difficult. It's important to start off this way because during those 3 years, adding new taxes has not been part of the solution. You have confronted those issues directly. So what you have before you is a number of different alternatives to consider to try to address the structural deficit for next year, which is currently projected at 216, for fiscal year 14-15 at 327, and for 15-16 at 297. So item number 36 is the parcel tax that you've heard discussed. It would be a $39 per parcel dedicated to the Recreation and Parks Department. It would generate about $30 million for the department. Based on current policy, the city general fund could still benefit if there would be different charges for related costs. Do you want me to go through all of them? Yeah, okay.
All of them.
The next item is your motion, Council President Wesson, asking us to report back on a number of different taxes, but specifically on the sales tax. The proposal that you have is a half cent per dollar sales tax increase. If approved by the voters, it would generate $215 million of additional revenue to the general fund. We would recommend it as a general fund tax. It would require a 50% vote plus one for final approval. During this period of time, should you approve directing the city attorney to draft a language, we would consult with an outside economist to determine what the impact would be on our local economy in terms of overall sales. And it's our expectation that we would be able to provide you that independent report prior to any final decision to place this item on the ballot. The next matter is item number 39. It's a parking tax increase from 10% to 5%. This is, we would still be at a lower rate than most other major cities throughout the country. It would provide new revenue to the city to assist us with all general fund matters. The new revenue would be, I'm trying to remember what it is, approximately $15 million. And then the final measure is item number 38, the documentary transfer tax. If you recall, we had originally recommended a doubling of the documentary transfer tax. from $4.50 to $9 for every $1,000 of assessed value of a property. Consulting with an outside economist, we have changed our recommendation to mirror a similar program that exists in San Francisco that is based on a tiered system where more than half of current property owners would actually experience a reduction in the documentary transfer tax, or it would be left the same, and it would only double for those homes that are sold at the top 25% in terms of value. This tax would provide approximately $80 million for the general fund.
Okay, did we go item 39 as well?
Yeah, I completed all the items.
Okay, Mr. Lamonge.
Mr. CLA and Mr. CAO, this is a menu that the people of Los Angeles will have an opportunity to vote on. I heard a representative from the Central City Association, I believe, or the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce, or whoever spoke. They said, well, we wish we could have helped develop it more. This gives people an option to say where they want to invest in Los Angeles, which is real important.
Right.
And I think it's something that we have to do, members. I talked to a guy I walked with this morning. He's a businessman. He said, you shouldn't be for this, Tom. But the options, if I understand, is if you sell your house, the documentary transfer tax individually may hurt someone by thousands of dollars on this, correct?
That's correct at the upper end.
Sell a $400,000 home, what would that be? It could be upwards of $4,000 or $5,000 for the tax for that one individual, as opposed to what would be if there was $2,000 worth of material purchased at a shopping center on a focused shopping event. That would be $5 or $10.
Yeah, if you were spending, $2,000 a month on taxable sales, it would be about a $5 increase.
And the people get a chance to vote on it. It's not us changing this tax right now. The people get a chance. So what we have to do is stand up and say, here's a menu. Here's a menu, Los Angeles. These are things you could choose to invest in Los Angeles. And if we don't invest in our parks, if we don't invest, which we did last year, thank you, Prop L, in the library department, if we don't invest in these matters, we don't get it done. And I think it's important that we put it up for the investment. If you don't put the investment out there, you can't get it done. No one likes to pay taxes, but look what we've done in this country. We have invested in this country to build this country, and yet now we've slid a little bit. Now we have to find a way to invest. So, Mr. President, I ask all of us to take the next step, and as time comes, we will develop those very, very visible signs that we need to see this investment made in Los Angeles as we go into to the end of this decade and very quickly into the next one. So I support these measures in conversation and relationship with the people of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lamonge, let me just say this. This is one step of two. I will recommend, members, that we direct the city attorney's office to put all of these ordinances, or to create all of these ordinances. Then in November, I will recommend that we select one. So I think it's in our best interest to move all of these, but at the appropriate time, just from a campaign perspective, we'll have to select one.
I just wanted to say, if it wasn't for the earthquake in '94 that rattled this building, that closed this building, that combinations of funds from throughout the country and the city came, we would not have been able to rebuild it. Now, we look at so many of our parks, and that's what I'm particularly passionate about, and other issues. If we don't rebuild and keep them, we don't maintain them, they go away. They get destroyed, and we remember how tough it was. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Parks.
Thank you. I just would like to say that I think it's time that we have to look at some form of revenue coming in. We've cut more than we can afford. The economic development piece has not taken off to add sufficiently to overcome this. So I think we have to deal with the issue of finding revenue. it's my preference in trying to figure out which is the best way to go is to not nickel and dime people to death, nor pick a tax that's going to have a tremendous response in negative. And I think in general what we'll find is that if we talk about sales tax, it covers everyone about the same. If you're buying articles in the city of LA, you're going to pay sales tax. I don't know many people that would set their schedule to decide to go buy something in another city because of a half-cent sales tax, because they just added to their revenue or their allocation for gas and a variety of other things in their time. So I don't think that's harmful, but to look at the potential of $200 million, that would, I would hope, not only help our structural deficit, would help us with our reserve fund, our rainy day fund, and our infrastructure that we've ignored over the last several years, would be a great positive to me. The one that I have the greatest concern about is the parcel tax, because I think it hurts the poorest communities that have the smaller number of parcels, which are the most densely populated and often the most park poor. And so when you add that together, saying that you have 250,000 people in 10 square miles versus 60 or 70, and yet the number of parcels in one or the other are significantly different, I think the people that have the least amount of park space and the more density will come out on the short end. So I have a philosophical bias against parcel tax, but I can see that in dealing with this, I would prefer we move forward if putting all of our energies on a sales tax versus nickel and diming a issue of dealing with parking and then try to get a few dollars from documentary transfer and then add a few dollars here. We've done that with fees already. And with the fees that we've added, they just come enough to keep us above bankruptcy. And I think we need to find a way to move forward. I would hate to see one more service cut, but my district can't afford any more service cuts. I'd hate to see one more person not hired because we can't get the trees or the sidewalks or things of that nature. So from my perspective, if we zero in all of our attention on a generic issue that deals with raising revenue and put all of our energy in a campaign, I think we're in far better service than the nickel and diming or talking about a parcel tax that people may not see the benefit of. Although people love parks, the issue is how do you fund them? And I don't see any great benefit to the general fund by going to a parcel tax. And so these are things that, from my perspective, I would support having a larger ability to raise a larger amount of money from a larger segment of the population, where generally you're not going to get a large kickback as it relates to people fighting against that effort.
If I could, Mr. Parks, I'll take the opportunity to make it clear that if you do instruct the city attorney to draft the Rec and Parks parcel tax, the rest of them are fairly straightforward. But we would need some clarity about what that parcel tax would look like. About $24 million, it would generate 30 total. About $24 million of general fund money is currently being used for Rec and Parks.
That's right.
So we would suggest from a general fund standpoint it be issued or drawn very broadly. But do keep in mind that would only generate a net $6 million a year for new programs.
And that also is a 2/3?
Yes.
Yes, that'd be.
That would make it even more difficult.
Okay, Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. What are we on the indebtedness on the bond issues, M and all these other bonds, L? Do we know our bond indebtedness to the homeowners of the City of Los Angeles? Because I know that every time we pass a bond, there's an obligation that goes onto the tax bill. Do we have that total obligation for the taxpayers?
I don't have the total in front of us. It's important to point out that those are specific to a specific capital program. Right. What we're talking about here are for operations, and the city I don't think has ever successfully placed a tax to increase general fund for operations.
Well, not for general fund, but I'm talking about the fact that the people who own property, homeowners, the measure to enhance the public safety facilities. We've had a number of measures, Measure L for the libraries, to staff them 7 days a week. The folks that have homes that are stretching those budgets to the maximum point. I'm talking about the indebtedness that is on the books now that is on their annual tax bill, which comes up shortly. Have we analyzed to let them know if we're going to increase on a parcel tax or another tax or a park tax or whatever the tax may be, what the current debt, what the current liability is that they've incurred from the previous votes?
We will be happy to report back on that specific question. It's important to point out Measure L was not a new tax. It
was a shifting of general fund money.
It just forced the city to take from one department and give to another. But we could give you the total tally. Many of those have expiration dates based on when the whole program is completed.
But it seems like we'll pass a bond measure for something. The voters will support that. The school bonds that have been passed that go onto the tax bill of the people that live in this region of Los Angeles. So I'm talking about a total indebtedness that they have to pay. The other issue is we just rescinded the grocery receipts tax for car dealers. We said, okay, car dealers aren't going to have to pay a grocery receipts tax to bring in more car dealers into the city of Los Angeles. We had 150 down to 50, et cetera. But now, on the other side of the coin, we're looking at additional taxes that are going to be linked to the properties within the city of Los Angeles, whether it's the tax for parks or HH or MM. What I look at is the folks that I represent in the San Fernando Valley, they keep tightening their belt. They keep tightening the belt more and more. They don't buy a new car. They don't go out to dinner. I talk to the restaurant owners. They're suffering from lack of attendance. A lot of the waiters aren't working as they used to. A lot of part-time work now instead of full-time. The public seems to tighten their belt. What we seem to do is come back with an issue. Well, let's increase this, let's increase that. I cannot in good conscience say that we're going to put on the ballot from the local level, leave alone the state level that we have coming up in a few days, the state measures, 30, 38, other issues, and we don't know where they're going to go, but we could go over 10% on the tax if they all vote, if the people vote for them. And I, in good conscience, it doesn't matter what it is at this particular economic time. Thank God we're not on the East Coast where they're having great destruction and damage and trying to rebuild. But when our dollars are stretched to the maximum point, the biggest expense we have is the personnel cost, correct?
And in that, public safety is 70% of all discretionary funding. So what's at risk today is really the public safety program that the city has. Without a new revenue source, it is impossible to maintain public safety in both police and fire at the same levels as
But we told the voters that additional general fund would be available to use for general fund purposes with the trash collection fee increase, which basically doubled. That money is supposed to go in the general fund, and then there would be additional dollars for public safety. What happened with that?
And that's exactly what's allowed you to maintain the hiring program and the public safety program to this point.
But it's important on the increase in the trash fee, the investment in LAPD and fire compared to the additional money in the trash fee is about 3 times as much. So not only did all of the money from the trash fee get spent on public safety, significant additional funding were also spent on public safety. So this goes to Miguel's point that there have been drastic cuts in every other area of the city, and what we are now literally talking about to balance the budget without new revenue is cutting public safety.
Okay, and I'm not supporting a cut of public safety, but if we analyze the public safety operations to see that they're run at the maximum effectiveness, have we analyzed that, or is it just they run as they wish to run?
Wrap it up,
public
Mr.
safety?
Zine.
I think the best example of that is the lengthy discussion you had last year over fire. The fact that you re-examined the deployment strategy, modernized it, brought it to a standard that makes sense now versus...
Have we done that with the police department?
And Mr. Beck could come here and speak to the specific cuts that he's made that has resulted in having less officers in the street. But if I could just add, the city of Los Angeles is not unique in bringing this issue up to the voters. This November, there'll be nearly 40 different cities throughout the state of California that are doing the exact same thing that we're contemplating it. The crisis didn't just hit us. It's up and down the state, ranging from half a cent to a full cent of a sales tax increase to simply maintain services at the level that those respective voters want. And so from our standpoint, that if Angelenos continue to expect the same level of service in police and fire primarily, then this is really the choice that ultimately they need to make.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Perry.
Thank you. Thank you. A couple of things. Quick comment with respect to the issue of potential sales tax increase. You can argue that an increase in sales tax would be a deterrent for businesses coming here, and that what we really need to focus on, again, is making it easier for businesses to come here and creating more activity centers. And I think LA Live is a really good example of an activity center that has generated net new revenue and brought new jobs, new people, new travelers, new tourists, people to spend money here, the restaurants and entertainment venues, and that's where my focus is going. Now, on this question of parks, I just wanted a description, a specific description or detail about what the city would do with the proposed revenue. Is there an analysis of the burdens and the benefits? Has there been a review of alternatives? And then in particular, we talk about equity. I want to know what sort of language is proposed to deal with low-income areas in a participatory way. How do low-income areas participate in the decision-making process? And then the last point is, what's the implementation strategy to deal with equity concerns, social, low-income equity concerns? And if you need for me to repeat it, I can repeat it.
Sure. So let me respond to your first concern about the impact to the economy and job creation. It's for that reason that we've asked an outside economist to do a separate analysis on the impact of the sales tax to the local economy. Will there in fact be businesses that will leave the city or less will come? How it would impact overall sales? And so if this recommendation proceeds forward today, the next step is to have that analysis completed and brought to you prior to a final decision on whether to place this on the ballot. Regarding the parcel tax, as Jerry indicated, the net gain to the department is about $6 million, because currently the general fund is still subsidizing rec and parks. Should there not be any new revenue brought to the general fund, and only the parcel tax would move forward and pass, we would be forced to be in a position to try to recoup as much as possible from the department, leaving them to $6 million of new program. How that's distributed would be determined by the department and the board. From what I've seen, I haven't seen any specific language on the distribution of those resources, particularly for low-income, underprivileged areas.
Mr. Paul Koretz.
Okay, well, so.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Parks and I are not always in agreement on issues that come before this council, but I have rarely been so clearly in agreement with something that he has said. I think it doesn't make sense when the city is as short as we are to look at smaller taxes that are going to generate opposition on the ballot and have an excellent chance of failing, when in reality, with the sales tax, we're actually looking at an item that could fill a lot of the gap that exists. And I think our residents will look at what we've done. We've cut thousands of jobs in the last few years. We've generated a lot of efficiencies in the last few years. We've done pension reform. We're doing everything that we possibly and legally can, and yet we still have a hole, not of our own making, and we need to do something. And with the sales tax, I think we've seen that our residents understand sales tax increases for reasons that are necessary. They spread it out among the general population, business and residents. They don't hit anyone so hard, I believe, that it has enough of an impact that a business would leave or that an individual would struggle with a half-cent sales tax. And I really think this is the one thing we should be looking at. All these other things, I agree, are just nickel and diming the problem. They fill a small hole. They move us in the right direction, if we even pass them. I think a documentary transfer tax makes some sense, but it doesn't solve the whole problem. And the fact is there'll be a lot of opposition, and I think it probably fails on the ballot. So, and I don't see the opposition coming to a sales tax. I think this will pass. I think it'll solve the problem, and I really think it's the only thing that we should be looking at.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz, and I do agree with everything that you said. But again, the reason why we should move everything forward is so that we have those options available to us. And then after Tuesday, I think it'll be a big indicator as to how the people feel throughout the state. So again, my recommendation would be let's direct the city attorney to provide us with all that information. But I support your position, and I'm glad to hear that Mr. Parks supports that too, because at the appropriate time, I believe my request to you will be that we move forward with one tax, and that will be the sales tax. Mr. Bill Rosendahl.
Yeah, it's an amusing moment, really, for all of us here, because when you hear it's a regressive tax, but we're progressives and this and that, the bottom line is it's the cleanest way to go about this issue. Is it roughly $220 million?
That's correct.
And that'll just come in and go to the general fund. Look, a half-a-cent sales tax, when I see Santa Monica, which I envy in lots of ways about how they operate, they're higher than us anyhow.
That's correct.
So it isn't like we're on some ship somewhere else. So it's going to be a good strategy. I think we're all on board, or many of us are, to go for that half-cent sales tax, and that's what I would vote for going forward, Mr. President. But it is great to explore all those options, put it all out there, give everybody a chance to look at it. But when it hits the ballot, and it's 50% plus one vote, I think it's got a good shot of winning.
And I concur, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Englander.
Yeah, I heard the bonds brought up, and I just wanted to speak to that for a second because it was brought up by a couple of the members. I know Mr. Zine focused on that a lot and saying that, how do we keep going back to these voters and asking for more, particularly in tough economic times? So I started looking at it, and we've passed some significant bonds with Prop Q, where we built the police stations. In fact, we built an additional police station, I believe 2 additional police stations that weren't even part of the original budget for the bonds because they did it on time and under budget. On Prop L with the libraries, they built an additional 3 or 4 libraries that weren't part of the original bond that are now in our communities and open. On the fire stations on Prop F, we got 2 additional fire stations that weren't part of the original bond because of the savings from the bonds because they were on time and under budget. On Prop O, on the storm drains, we now have every storm drain covered throughout the city of Los Angeles, and that project is again running on time and saving all that debris from going down into our riverways and polluting our oceans. And the only reason I speak about this is because I think we've got a track record on the bonds that were brought up that the voters said we want to have oversight. We want to make sure that this money goes back into our communities. We want to ensure that we have libraries and public safety. And so now all of these new facilities are open, and now we can't afford them. And these voters want to support them. So in looking at all that and also looking at the idea, and I really want to thank Mr. Parks for making the argument on the parcel tax and what that does, because he hit a great point. And that point is that passing this on to particularly one of the most crazy real estate markets that we'll probably ever see in our lifetime will certainly impact them. Studying these other initiatives, let's look and see what things come back at. For me, I don't know that I support any of them, quite frankly, yet. We'll see what they come back with. But at this point, I think the record needs to be set that the City of Los Angeles has done a great job so far with their bond programs. And I know we're not talking about a bond, but it's been brought up several times, and I just wanted to set the record straight that there's been a lot of great people working on behalf of the voters on those initiatives. So thank you.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you. I just had one quick question. How specific can you word the language on the park issue? Can you word it to the point of giving instruction on how the money is going to be used, or administrative costs cannot be paid out of that fund? Or how specific without damaging the proposition?
Well, on the parcel tax, which would be a special tax, you can be as specific as you want to be.
Okay.
On the general fund taxes, in essence, you can't, because if you try to be specific, then what you end up doing is turning it into a special tax, which requires a 2/3 vote. So it needs to be available for any qualified general fund purpose.
Is it also a requirement of the parcel tax that the money can only be spent in the area it's collected? Or is it a pot of money?
On a parcel tax, we'd have to confirm with city attorney. I believe that on a parcel tax with a 2/3 vote as a special tax, you could designate or specify certain projects or designate it to be spent in certain areas, yes.
Okay, so you could solve maybe some of the equity issue as to more densely populated areas versus less densely populated but more parcels.
You could. In fact, in Prop F and Prop 12, there were specific fire stations that were identified, and then when there were savings, others were built. On Prop O, there were specific projects, Machado Lake, for example, Echo Park Lake. There were specific projects that were identified. So you have flexibility in a special tax for a 2/3 vote to direct the use of the money. You don't have that on a general tax.
Does it make a difference if you're designating brick and mortar versus programming?
Again, yes. You can do that on a special tax. You cannot do it on a general tax.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Parks. Those were great questions. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to our CAO and our CLA. We've got a lot of different things before us here today. I don't see the point necessarily in closing off any of our options, but I do want to state a couple things on the record as well. First of all, I want to thank our Parks Coalition. We've done a lot of work, and we put that work at the front of the line, I think, and it built on the work that we did around libraries. Really, libraries and our park and recs programs are the soul of the city. We have public safety for those times of emergency, but we hope we don't need to reach out to them. Most of the time what we do is we look for a moment to spend time with family, to race across a field, to be able to go and explore a book, to find a job. Those two things of our libraries and our parks are really at the heart of the community. And Mr. Parks and Mr. LaBonge and Ms. Perry and myself on Measure L, having worked very hard, the voters showed that they wanted us to invest in our libraries. I think the one that's left undone now is our parks. I've talked with the folks in the coalition that has brought this together, Verda Coalition, and Robert Garcia, and Steve Soberoff, and Scope, and all the other people who have been a part of making sure, SEIU and others, that we get past. I agree with Mr. Englander. We've done a very good job with our bonds of building things. People like to vote for. LA has done a really good job of actually building things through our bonds. We don't usually like to pay for putting people in those buildings, though. Once we have the new fire stations, once we have the libraries, once we have the police stations, oftentimes it's a much tougher sell. Hey, suddenly we need more people for those parks programs. And even worse than that, in tough budget times, we've seen the chargebacks come in, and that's made it even tougher. And there's had to have been cuts in the midst of a time when we've actually built more parks. In my district, I guiltily have added, but not very guiltily, 30 new parks. We had 15 when I started. We have 45 today. Of course, that strains the department because they need to program and cut the grass and do the things that are critical to a good park. So I still stand in very strong support of our initiative to move forward on something for our parks. Now, whether that can be achieved through another means will, I think, remain open to that. We will listen closely to that. But we also have some obligations to one other area, which is our fire department, which has been pretty drastically cut. And this council, in two different resolutions and with one budget line, has said that any restoration of funds, we need to be looking at restoring our fire services that have been cut as well. And so I want to make sure that if we move forward with something general, like a sales tax, of course we're going to be addressing a deficit, but that we also make sure that as we address that deficit, we do that with the values that we respect and that we have stated here, that our rec and parks programs are important and that our fire department needs to have those restorations. So I will vote today in terms of moving forward our options. I do think that we cannot cut and tax our way out of this. We have to continue to look at intelligent ways to grow our economy. And if we're asking people to pay more someplace, I hope all of us will look at perhaps at the same time looking at what we can do over a similar long period of time with our gross receipts tax. And if they can balance some of it out and then add jobs, which produces more revenues, I think we'll have a better bottom line, more jobs, and not just tax the people of Los Angeles who are feeling that burden in a very extreme way these days.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. You know, colleagues, when we look at, and in this particular case, the park system and our need for parks, to me, this is a real tool for economic development. The more we invest in our parks, the more desirable our communities become. When you look at the 110 acres of parks that are emerged in the First District, and you look at the proximity to rail station sites, when you look at the rebirth of commercial corridors because there's connectivity to open space where people gather, supporting these measures will allow us to continue to have the tools to cultivate those destinations for investment, but more importantly for desirability and relief of this great metropolis. It's much harder to get to open spaces these days. The kids that are suffering from obesity and diabetes for the lack of good, healthy environments, the parks are central to that. When businesses need a labor force, the labor force wants to live in desirable places. Park space, family space is critical. So the domino effect continues down the line. So I just wanted to rise and motivate, hopefully look at this issue in an economic development perspective. I have been told in the past, this council member thinks parks will create jobs and it's kind of senseless, we need this, we need that. I said, yes, parks are connected to jobs because it connects to a labor force that we should have at the disposal of investors who want to continue coming in with small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and the larger entities as well. So it's a healthy approach. It's a very practical one, and I'm looking forward to how we continue strategically moving these efforts forward.
Thank you for that, Mr. Reyes. Okay, there are no more speakers on the queue. Okay, Mr. City Clerk, we need to make a substitute in order to hear the parking. So if you could instruct us as to what we must do.
Yes, sir. Inasmuch as the Rules, Elections, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee report is agendized to note and file the CAO and CLA report, first a motion would need to be made to request the City Attorney with assistance of the CAO and CLA to prepare the necessary documents to place before the voters at the March 2013 city election a ballot measure to permit a parking occupancy tax. Upon that motion being made and duly seconded, council would then need to first vote whether to first vote to substitute that motion for the Rules Committee report recommendations, and then if passed, subsequently they'd need to vote on that motion.
So, Mr. Parks, you want to make that
39.
That, and then I'll second it. Okay.
Very good, sir.
So now we're voting to.
First, now to vote to whether or not to substitute that motion for the Rules Committee
Okay,
reports.
so let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, now we can vote on 36, 37.
Mr. President, that matter has now been substituted, so that motion should now be voted on.
So it's
for 39.
2 votes. Okay,
Yes, sir.
let's prepare to vote again. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 4 noes.
Okay, now we can vote on 36, 37, and 38, correct?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Parks.
With a slight amendment to...
Okay, hold on one second. Yes, Mr. Parks.
I'd just like to ask if we could make an amendment to ask the CLA, CO when they come back on the parcel tax, if they can give us some ideas about this disparity issue, and if they also can give us some understanding as it relates to what are options in dealing with that administrative overhead cost not being taken out of this batch of money.
Can you do that, Mr. CLA? CIO? Mr. Labange?
Yeah, on any disparity, do it by region, not by council district, by region. So the acreage of parks is within a region, and maybe use the planning areas of the city, because council boundaries are different. So it's so important. And also break out regional parks so that you see where the regional parks is. The most park efficient place in Los Angeles is the central core of the Wilshire District from the Harbor Freeway west to Fairfax. The city built so fast, they didn't build parks. And if they are, they're as big as a postage stamp.
Okay. Mr. Zine.
And if the report can also contain the total indebtedness on the various bonds that are outstanding.
We will do that.
Okay, that's fine as well. Okay, so now we're voting on 36 through 38, and I'm asking for an aye vote. Let us, Madam Clerk, prepare the vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 3 noes.
And, Mr. President, if I may, again, that was, they were slightly amended to request the city attorney to draft the necessary documents.
Thank you. Okay, with that said, Mr. Reyes, we're going to start at the beginning of our agenda. Ms. Perry, did you want something?
Yeah.
Ms. Perry.
If the clerk, I think the clerk just said it just now, but a clarification so that the public understands the vote today is just to bring it back. Can you state that again?
Yes, the vote today is just an instruction to the city attorney's office to draft the necessary language for the proposed ballot measures.
And that this is not the final vote.
Correct.
All right.
If I could just say that as well. I know a lot of my constituents feel a lot of issues about some of these, but to get that information in front of us so everybody can intelligently evaluate it is what our president is suggesting we do. So I think it's good for the public to know that those options will be coming back, and then we'll make the decision at what direction to go. Thank you for that.
Mr. President, that takes us back to item 16, called special for Councilmember Cardenas.
Okay, we have Councilmember Cardenas on item 16.
Are there cards? Are there cards, Mr. President? One? We'll go public comment first.
A public hearing was held, but we do have one card. Do you still want to hear him?
Sure, yes.
George McFoundation. George, are you here? George McFoundation, are you here? Item 16. Last call. Okay. This is item 16.
Human trafficking.
Yeah.
Okay, sir, please come on up.
I am in the foundation, non-profit organization. I need little pieces on the freeway, Vermont and Beverly Boulevard, corner, little junk to close freeway. No lights, no water, no gas, no nothing. For foundation, gonna put in people, gonna work, 10 people, new employment, people gonna work. Foundation can use on that. That land belongs to Los Angeles City, not Caltrans. I want it very important this. A lot of people, 10 people gonna work, gonna put them over there. Soup kitchen too. People gonna have
Mr.
soup
President,
kitchen.
I don't believe he's talking about this item.
All over I give food already. I got another project, I don't know what kind of activity.
Okay.
Because that building got a 30 unit income, 22,000. Foundation wanted buy with city.
Sir,
then pay, foundation gonna pay all payment. That's what I need.
Okay, sir, I believe this.
I come back, no activity.
Please come to the side. I think it's a general common issue that you're making. This is on human trafficking.
Yeah, that's
so
what
please,
I wait. I want to know what happened.
Okay.
Have a seat.
We'll call you the next time.
Right. Well, it has item 16, but you're probably right. Okay, Councilman Cardenas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I first want to thank and congratulate the city of LA. We're probably one of the most aware cities and active cities on trying to do what we can locally when it comes to human trafficking. For example, we created a human trafficking task force where it includes all of the county, includes federal prosecutors, it includes local law enforcement jurisdictions, not-for-profits, etc. And I've been told by Health and Human Services Department at the federal level that they're impressed that that's the most comprehensive effort in the entire country when it comes to awareness about human trafficking, communication amongst agencies and governments about human trafficking. So I just want to start off by once again thanking all the men and women, both from the not-for-profit community, the government community, on working on this human trafficking issue. What's before us is a resolution where I'm asking you, my colleagues, to support Senate Bill 1301, which is the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act of 2011, and it's proposed federal legislation which would increase federal resources to combat international human trafficking, increase penalties against human traffickers in the United States, increase interagency coordination and reporting, and increasing state and local efforts to combat human trafficking. I think this is right in line with what we've been doing locally here. I would really love to see that this Senate bill would actually pass so that the awareness on human trafficking actually gets to the point that it needs to be nationally. One of the things I want to remind everybody about, the people who are involved in human trafficking, that's modern-day slavery, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly what it is. What happens is, when you have someone who is unscrupulous and they want to go ahead and do something illegal like selling drugs,
Councilman Cardenas, if I may, I just want to quiet everyone down. It's hard to hear you, and please, the conversations along the sides, please take them to the back or out in the hallway. I can please give the councilman the courtesy of the floor. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you very much. I think it's very fitting that we understand that throughout all the noise out there, human trafficking is still going on, and it goes on unnoticed and undetected far too often. Now, basically what this legislation would do is allow for this issue to be recognized at the proper level and to give some resources toward it nationally. But it's important for us to understand human trafficking is on the rise. For example, if somebody wants to sell some drugs, when they sell those drugs, it is a one-time sale and they're done. What they're doing with these human beings, what they're doing with mainly women and children throughout the world and right here in Los Angeles and throughout our country, is they're selling a human body over and over and over again. What I'm telling you is it's on the rise because it is very profitable for these unscrupulous people to do what they do. By having tougher laws, by having more resources to combat it, not only at the local level, but like this bill, Senate Bill 1301, we are going to combat it, hopefully properly, at the proper level throughout the country. So I urge your support.
Thank you, Councilman. We do have two more council colleagues on the queue, Councilman Perry, then Councilman Rosendahl.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note that this is very similar to Prop 35, the CASE Act, in which we've already discussed, and I submitted the resolution here in Council. In the case of the CASE Act, it increases prison terms for human traffickers, requires convicted sex traffickers to register as sex offenders, requires all registered sex offenders to disclose their internet accounts, and requires criminal fines from convicted human traffickers to pay for services to help victims. So not only are we dealing with solutions for this on the federal level, but at the local level also.
Councilman Rosendahl, please.
Yes, again, it's another no-brainer on this. I want to thank Mr. Cardenas for bringing it up and Ms. Perry for her comments as well. It's got to stop. It's one of the shameful aspects of our great country is the human trafficking that goes on and on and on. Yes, we have a state measure saying it, but with a federal measure, it will include all 50 states. So I applaud this, and I look forward to the people supporting this throughout the great nation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Seeing no one else on the queue, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That motion passes. Congratulations.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 21, called Special for Cards.
Okay, item 21. We have several cards. John Walsh, are you here? Come on up. Louis Eisenstein, come on up, please. Bill Huey. And George Barsagian.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. as a point of personal privilege, the LA Times is against I-35, Rosendahl. It's not a no-brainer. They are garbage. Devin Maharaj is racist garbage. Thank you. I just want to say, REAP, incidentally, as I said, Jackie Goldberg, Mr. Huey represents the really excellent people who own property who get sometimes caught in this maze. So as a representative of tenants since 1976 in LA, and Mr. Huey as a representative of the honest landlords, we want to work together on REAP. HollywoodHighlands.org. There's a new post up today. Angeline for mayor.
Thank you very much. Louis Eisenstein, it's going up.
Hi, City Council. I want to talk about the new city contracts that are under consideration in the Housing Committee. I didn't get a chance to speak there, so I want to speak here. There's 3 new tenant advocacy contracts going through the Housing Committee. At the same time, there's already 5 contracts that are now working with the city at millions of dollars. So these 3 additional contracts are going to cost the city about $1 million a year. That's a lot of city positions that could be saved without hiring these outside contractors that have no oversight, and they go around telling tenants how to destroy buildings so that the buildings can go into REAP, and then the buildings go to developers or city council people's friends, stuff like that. Mercedes Marquez is now the GM of the LAHD, interim GM. She used to be the GM of LAHD a few years ago. Then she got sent up to Washington, D.C. She got into trouble there with a housing project, some corruption, so she was sent back here. I don't know what good she's going to do here if not even Obama wants her. She reduced the housing stock by 100,000. She increased REAP, and now the FBI is interested in talking to us. And they're way more interested in talking to us than the city attorney's office. So, I think there's some problems there. There's also a city contractor under consideration. Her name is Christine Minahan. She has created the most anti-landlord legislation in the state in the past 30 years. She's a radical. She hates property owners, and she doesn't believe in property rights. What good is it to bring her to L.A. to destroy business even further? I don't understand that. The city's laying off employees. That's what I've been hearing. So why are we giving contracts to corrupt people who want to destroy property rights in L.A.? It makes no sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to first acknowledge everyone has an opinion, and I just wanted, for the record, for me, Mercedes Marquez has been a tremendous advocate for housing, and I appreciate all of her hard work. Our next speaker.
Yeah. That's what I said. This freeway is a 101 freeway. This little part of Beverly Boulevard and the Vermont Boulevard, little thing, is empty. Can't use it. Nobody can use it. No lights, no gas, no water, no nothing. But my foundation can use it. Gonna put in only trailer, no move. And the food, and the soup kitchen, nothing. 10 employees have to work. Good for city. For this, I want to say, I need driveway. No need to work extra job or spend money. No nothing. Gonna give only key, gate. Already 3 months I go, I come back. I know I want, I need. Foundation need. For 10 people gonna work. Stuff. I got another project. 1 building, 2 floor, 30 unit. Income is $22,000 every month. Owner asked $2,325,000, no more less. Site parking like have. Parking like foundation gonna build new building, 3 unit, 40 unit, I'm sorry. Altogether gonna be 70 unit with parking lot, with 70 car. First floor, all they're gonna be commercial business.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, I believe, is Bill Huey. We're looking for Bill Huey.
This is George. I think he stood up in my place. Because
Give us your last name, please.
My last name is Barsegian.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is George Barsegian. I own a 4-unit rental property in city of in Sanla Tahanga area. I want to express my sincere concerns about the fate of my life savings investment, which is a 4-unit, and which I have worked hard all my life for it. And at the age of retirement, that's all I can rely on. I see it's. I want to let you know that housing authority already over the years have evolved into a nightmare for all housing providers such as myself, where I was compelled to write letters for help to the city mayor, Mr. Viragosa, to the city council, Kirk Kerkorian, and Congressman Buck McKinnon, without any merits. I did not hear anything back from them. We do not need more agencies to put more restrictions and prosecution on landlords such as myself. I'm here to plead to those decent lawmakers, if there is any left, who understand and support our Constitution, to have compassion and the heart to stand up against the radical lawmakers from destructing this city, such as lawmaker Mercedes Marquez and Christine Minahan. The city's anti-ownership, anti-business advocates. And before a time where I would not be able to even give away my property, and before the time when everybody is a tenant and there is no landlords. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Huey.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Reyes. Bill Huey left to another meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay. That, I believe, concludes public comment on these items. Seeing no one else on the queue, let's open the roll and close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that passes. So our next item, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 27, called Special 4 Cards.
Okay. On 27, we have Mr. John Walsh and Arnold Sachs. Okay, Mr. Walsh passes. Arnold Sachs, are you here? I don't see him. All right, so no one on the queue. Let's open the roll, close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay. Next item, Ms. Clerk.
Mr. President, that brings us to item 30, called Special for Councilmember Cardenas.
Councilor Cardenas?
We do have cards on that matter as well.
All right. We do have 5 cards on this item. Okay, I'm going to start with public comment. So we have with us Yigay Kishishian. Please come on up while you're here.
Good morning. Yerek Kishishian with the Central City Association, representing 450 businesses, employing more than 350,000 individuals citywide. CCA supports the resolution before the Council today, endorsing LADWP's legal position to reduce its water demand at Owens Lake. For more than a decade, LADWP's dust mitigation efforts have been incredibly successful in their operations to quell the dust storms rising off the dry bed of Owens Lake. And in that time, LADWP's efforts have reduced pollution by more than 90%. In spite of LADWP's efforts, the local air pollution control officer at the Great Basin Air Pollution Control District is demanding more from the LADWP, specifically to allocate an additional $400 million. This is not a reasonable request, considering that they have already fulfilled their obligations, never mind for a moment that they have also invested more than $1.2 billion into the project. Bottom line, LADWP should not be on the hook. Pouring 95,000 acre-feet of water annually on a lake bed, more water than is consumed each year by the city of San Francisco, is not sustainable or is an efficient use of LA's drinking water. CCA applauds LADWP's decision to ask a federal court to halt this regulator's unreasonable demands on LA residents and businesses. We urge your support and your approval of the resolution before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have with us Dominic Rubalcaba. Please come on up. Dominic Rubalcaba, you're still here. Jessica Duboff. Jessica. Tony Wilkinson. Let's Jessica come first, sir. Then we'll have Tony Wilkinson. And then Doug Arsenal.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Duboff. I'm here on behalf of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce in support of the resolution that affirms and endorses the DWP's legal position to reduce the water demands on Owens Lake and the lawsuit filed in federal court to protect the city's water rights. The Chamber believes the Department is not walking away from their commitment to Owens Lake. However, we are concerned that there is an attempt to hold the Department and the City accountable for natural events outside their control, which could result in a never-ending issuance of dust mitigation orders at a high cost to our city and ratepayers. We applaud the DWP for ongoing master planning efforts to ensure the water that remains in the Owens Valley will further environmental enhancement and the creation of optimum habitat, will reduce the waste of water for dust mitigation, and will provide for a sustainable path forward. But an economically healthy Los Angeles with a high quality of life requires reasonable utility rates. With $1.2 billion spent to date, further unwarranted mitigation orders will only hurt our residents and businesses. The Chamber believes the lawsuit filed by the Department is necessary to protect the city's water rights, the ratepayers, and to bring all parties to the table to resolve the issue of Owens' dust control responsibilities. We urge your approval of the resolution before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please give us your name. Mr. Wilkinson, go ahead. Yes, come on forward, sir.
Hello, I'm Tony Wilkinson. I chair the Neighborhood Council Department of Water and Power MOU Oversight Committee. And neighborhood councils, of course, take their own positions on issues, so I'm here today as an individual to support the motion in support of DWP's position on this matter. The City Department of Water and Power has become a leader, actually, among utilities in environmental concern, led by its board, this council, the mayor, and its senior management under General Manager Ron Nichols. The department will be spending billions of dollars to address environmental concerns throughout its system. The demands that the department ratepayers spend hundreds of millions of dollars and huge amounts of water in an effort to basically change the natural environment in the Owens Valley is unreasonable. We need those funds to address real environmental concerns that are within our power to fix. I thank my council member, Tony Cardenas, and council member Krikorian for this motion, and I urge you all to support it. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, council members. I'm Doug Arsenault of the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, representing more than 370 of LADWP's commercial customers. VICA supports the resolution to endorse LADWP's federal lawsuit to protect the city's water rights related to Owens Lake. DWP has spent $1.2 billion in ratepayer funds to perform 45 square miles of dust mitigation on Owens Lake. Upon completion, DWP will achieve 90% emissions reduction and exceeded its obligation to control dust emissions under the Health and Safety Code. Yet, A local pollution control officer is ignoring science and 2009 EPA regulatory changes by attempting to hold the city accountable for dust emission sources unrelated to the DWP activities. This mindset will result in a never-ending issuance of dust mitigation orders to LADWP. It further troubles VICA that 2 months of our members' rates are given annually to the Great Basin Air Pollution Control District, which they in turn use to pay for costs unattributed to dust emission control, such as pensions and operations overhead. We believe the lawsuit filed by DWP is necessary to protect the city's water rights, its ratepayers, and to bring all the named parties to the table. We urge you to support the resolution. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Dominic Rubalcaba, last call. He's not here. Since we do not have any more public comment speakers, we will close public comment. And on the wish of the councilmember to hold this on the desk, are you ready to go?
Hold it on the desk.
We'll hold this on the desk, so we'll close public comment on this item, and we will reopen it when the councilman's ready. So at this point, we'll shift over to general public comment. And we'll start with William Rodriguez Morrison, then Bill Huey, and then Luis Eisenstein. Please come on up. William Rodriguez Morrison, Bill Huey, and Luis Eisenstein, please come on up to the microphone, followed by Ronald Eli. Good day, sir.
Mr. Reyes. I'm William Rodriguez Morrison, candidate for City Council for District 1. Actually, I'm here speaking about an issue that's going to be coming up to your chambers. Okay, you guys aren't really paying attention. And this is something that's very important because it deals with LA housing. And since I do own apartments too, in which are like 3 units, basically housing wants to be run, I guess the state's going to take it over or something, or rather of that standpoint. So when it comes to council chambers here, it's not really beneficial for landlords because the tenants get more rights. So when that comes up, that should be coming up in a couple of months. So I would like you to look into it more and invite like Mr. Huey to come down in the talks, or probably I can come down and listen in on these talks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bill Huey, are you here? Bill Huey, last call. Okay. Louis Eisenstein, are you here? All right. Ronald Eli, E-L-Y, Ronald, are you here? All right. Arnold Sachs, I don't see him. Daniel Jones.
Hello, my name is Daniel Jones. My comment on all the taxes, you got to build equity in the system. I'm going to develop some right now. Does anybody on the city council know how much money you spend on the defense or fighting the war on drugs in the city? Anybody have a number? Clerk? Attorney? Anybody? Chief Parks? You're in charge of the police department when the U.S. Customs Service allowed drugs to come into this country. My name is Daniel Jordan Jones. My social security number is 569-377-536. I worked and installed the... Listen up. Be quiet. I installed the very first computer networks for the United States Customs Service back in 1987. I watched the drug interdiction teams leave at Long Beach Harbor. The drugs... I said be quiet!
Sir, please address the council.
You do your job and tell them to be
Sir,
quiet.
You are
then.
disrupting the meeting now.
I installed the first computer networks for the U.S. Customs Service. They know what ship, what country, what captain, the country those drugs come from. They come off the Long Beach Harbor, and the drug interdiction teams want to follow the money. They begin the investigations. The optics you see on TV tonight after a 2-year investigation with the help of the local law enforcement agencies, we captured so much of this, so much of that, so much of this. The U.S. Customs Service knows about it, and so do you. All you have to do right now is make a phone call to the Western building over in the federal building over there, and they'll tell you exactly how much drugs are coming into the city right now. War on drugs. The people that make the legal profit on that is the people who run the prison industry supply logistics. I had to keep my secret for 6 years, for 37 years, 26 years. Let me get that one right, because I signed a non-disclosure act with the United States government.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Okay, so we have a few more cards and general public comment, and we'll come back to those. So now we'll go over to Councilor Rosendahl. I believe you are ready with your items.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm talking about items 23, 24, 25, and 26. Okay. Could I have the representative of the fire department come up there and help me with this?
So we have in front of us, colleagues, items 23, 24, and 25. And I believe Councilor Rosendahl has his personnel here.
And 26.
And 26.
Yeah. Okay, I just want you all to know, on February 16th of this year, the Upper Mandeville Canyon Homeowners Association held a meeting at Fire Station 59, where I happened to be at that program, and I was completely impressed with the fire department talking with my constituents who live at the far end of the canyon what to do if a fire emerges. And we know we're heading to fire season. We had a couple of red flag days already, and I like the way the fire department quickly gave me an engine company completely for the Palisades. So we're cooperating and working. One of the key aspects of that meeting was the fire department explaining the need and importance of a new 180-foot communications tower on the ridgeline above Mandeville Canyon, funded by grant money. And as you know, we're doing a weather micro thing, of which community came up with half the money and I came up with the other half, and that's going to go up. But this happens to be a very serious need for this communications tower. Why? Is because there's some zones within the canyon that are blackout. Especially on Chalone Avenue is one of the avenues, but it's the overall safety, not only of the fire department going in there, but obviously of my residents who live there. While we understood this, we asked some of my constituents for a full EIR. And we asked the mayor's office if there was a problem. He said, no, there's no problem with the full EIR, we support you. But unfortunately, 2 weeks ago, they pulled a chain on us and said we don't have the money anymore. So it put us in a bad spot. I've asked the mayor's office to send a representative since we started this meeting at 10, and unfortunately there's no mayor's rep, as I can see here. So I'd like to get your sensing right now, please, about the safety of the canyon and the need for this, and how can we get this back on track?
Yes, sir. Kevin Knight, Battalion Chief, Los Angeles Fire Department. The 180-foot tower is engineered to provide coverage into the canyon area around Mandeville Canyon, about a 5 to 10 mile radius in that area. Currently, that is one of the worst areas we have for fire and police communications. We did a drive test several years ago and found that Mandeville Canyon north of Chalone Road is very unreliable. So, you know, you'll go to one home and you'll get coverage, and 2 houses up, you won't have coverage. And so we determined that Chalone Road north is kind of the demarc line where we would, if we had an active fire, try to bring in portable equipment. I personally responded to a fire there a few years ago. We put portable equipment up at the old Nike base, but there's a delay in getting that equipment. So if you get a quick-moving fire, you're not going to have reliable communications. So it's very important that we get approval, get that EIR through to be able to build that tower. There's been some questions on the height of the tower, and the equipment is very expensive that goes on these sites, and to maximize the coverage that we can get from that site, because we don't have that many sites we can build on, it was determined to go to 180 feet, which is the maximum legal limit, meets the FAA requirements, but it will maximize the amount of money that would be spent on the site and provide the greatest amount of coverage and capacity.
Well, I appreciate what you said and your candor. And it just makes me even more angry that this was pulled by the mayor's office. We were just told about it. Is anybody here from ITA or the mayor's office at this point? ITA, are you here? Mayor's office, are you here? Well, you know, it's an insult to our body that no one from the mayor's office is here, since they're the ones who pulled the plug on it. ITA, great, we have somebody from ITA. Terrific. would you fill me in on why we did what we did and what this means for the issue that I have, that is a safety issue in Mandeville Canyon?
My pleasure, Councilman. Berdal Darjania, ITA. As you mentioned, we had an opportunity through the JAG grant to improve upon our radio communication facilities, one of which had been identified as San Vicente Peak, which you are mentioning. And as you could imagine, with the facilities, meaning towers and shelters that gets built to accommodate the radio communication network.
I can't really hear you. Could you bring the mic a little closer?
Yes, sir. As you could imagine, these facilities would have an environmental impact before they actually get constructed. And as a measure that we had to take, we had to meet the community and brief them on the possibilities of building this tower and the values it would bring to the area. And because of the funding aspect of it, which is a grant-related matter and has a performance period associated with it, which happens to come to an end February of 2014, that brought the issue to a critical point in that we would not be able to go through the steps needed to erect this tower on a timely manner that the grant required. Mind you, we were very adamant about construction of a tower at that location to facilitate future communication network. It's just that because of the way the tower was funded and the performance periods associated with it, we found that it's highly risky to meet that end date and actually have it constructed.
Well, you know, you're apologizing to the wrong guy about this. When we held a meeting in February, your office was there, the mayor's office was there, and everybody agreed it was a good idea to do a full EIR. We didn't hear this until 2 weeks ago, that you guys couldn't get your act together, make it happen, and that we might lose the funding. That's no excuse. God forbid we get a fire at Mandeville Canyon. So it's unacceptable, and it's outrageous that the mayor's office has not showed up to help bring us through. I mean, you report to the mayor. That's the mayor's job. And I'd like to ask colleagues to support me on a motion for the mayor's office to report back to council on this matter and to come back with additional funding options. I need a second for that. I got a second for that. And I got to say again on the record that if we don't go forward with this, now if a full EIR can't be done because the funding is limited, then tell us that and we'll figure another angle to get it forward. But I'm not going to put up with this canyon having these black spots, as the fire chief is telling us here, that could cause lives to be lost. And so this is not a cool thing. I hate this bureaucratic BS about different funding and timing and tables. All that stuff should have been brought out to us in our February meeting, should have been brought out to us all the time, not just right now. And we didn't even get a courtesy on it. We were just told this was happening. So I got a second for my motion, and I'd like you to come back in a couple of weeks. I'm talking about the mayor's office, and come up with other sources of funding for the safety of the people in Mandeville Canyon. God knows we're in a tough world with climate insanity going on, from what's going on back east to every time we have the high winds here, I worry about the canyons and the hillsides and what could happen. And the fire department has made it very clear it's a safety issue. And so, Mr. President, I'd like my colleagues to support this. I'd like you to come back, mayor's office and ITA, with an answer to this, a solution, because the solution you have is unacceptable. Okay? Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Kevin. Are you you're not a captain anymore? You've been promoted.
I've been promoted. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I saw it went to gold from silver. I was at a meeting that you spoke regarding this tower, and it was a meeting that we had. I believe it was Ventura Boulevard, or one location. Anyway, you spoke about this tower. I know you've been working with this for a long time.
Yes, those were some of the public hearings that we had. I think we had 3 different community meetings.
And I was very impressed with the delivery and the importance and the significance of this. The concern I have is with the LA RICS. And it seems like LA RICS has been dragging for at least 10 years. And it seems there's money that's going to be appropriated for this. But LA RICS is supposed to put this communications together for the region. Where are we on LA RICS? Because it keeps on mentioning in the numbers that we're talking about right now, LA RICS. Because the funds are coming from LA RICS, but when are we going to get this system on board where we can link the communication with the different safety agencies?
Yeah, all the funding for LA RICS right now is grant funded, so it actually comes through the city and then goes to LA RICS.
But we're not really accomplishing this will take care of the tower, but the broader scope of communications or interoperability with LA RICS is what it's supposed to link them. Where are we with that particular project?
I'm going to defer to Mehrdad for that.
Okay. If I may, as you know, we released the RFP for that project, and because of first the state law and then the 3630, HR 3630, the federal law, it prohibited us from moving forward with the scope of that RFP. Thus, as of last Thursday, we have released the third iteration of the RFP to ensure that it meets all the legal requirements, and we anticipate the proposals coming back to us quite quickly. In that, we'll be seeing all the proposals at hand where each vendor would be identifying.
Actually, if I could just interrupt, it's really not it's related, but it's not more than tangential to these four
Well,
items.
it talks about LA RICS money, and we talk about LA RICS money, then I think it is part of the subject. You look at those numbers, it talks about LA RICS, LA RICS, LA RICS, and that's where the money's coming from. If the money's coming from LA RICS, we should be able to ask a question about LA RICS. And what it reminds me of is a situation that happened to the East Coast with all these different cities and counties with the interoperability, and I don't know if they've completed the LA RICS or similar program, so we can link people together. I mean, having the antenna is great to help with the fire dispatch, but LA RICS is supposed to take this region and link it all together in the event of a major situation, and this started after September 11th, and we're still not there. That's what I'm trying to find out. Do we find light at the end of the tunnel when we have this project that's been dragging for over 10 years?
Yes, the RFP has been released, is on the street now, and we hope within a couple of months we'll get the responses back so we can move forward with it. Yes.
All right. Meanwhile, we're spending money that has been appropriated for the emergency operations throughout this region, because LA RICS is not. It's how many cities in LA RICS?
88 municipalities.
88 municipalities. So we'll take all 88 municipalities and link them together, so we'll be able to communicate with different agencies, fire and police.
Yes.
So we're moving forward slowly, but we're moving forward.
Yes.
Right.
If I may, we were just struck with challenges beyond our control from state and federal laws, but we are moving forward.
Okay.
And we have overcome those issues.
And Kevin, congratulations on the promotion.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Labange.
Yeah, Dennis, you forgot to introduce Kevin as the former firefighter of the year, so it's good to see you, Chief. How much does this cost in Mandeville Canyon? That's what I want to know. How much does it cost?
Cost is in regards to providing the radio coverages?
To do what Mr. Rosendahl wants, how much does it cost?
Yes, for the 180-foot tower, depending on the design requirements, it typically, if I were to throw a number, anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000 total cost, which is labor and material included.
$500,000. So that's important to know. And there's no grants around for this?
The only unique opportunity we saw was the JAG grant that in the scope of the grant, they allowed us to build facilities. Other grants do not allow you to build them, and so we did capitalize to proceed.
Thank you.
Yes.
Let's get it done for Mr. Rosendahl, the people of Mandeville.
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay, now let's prepare to vote on this item. Mr. Rosendahl, you ready to go? I can't get speaking to your mic. You ready, Bill?
Yes.
Okay, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, we're now going to take up item 30. Mr. Cardenas, if you could speed it up, and hopefully there'll be some more discussions. Mr. Krikorian, with you and your folk on item 40 will be next.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. If we can have, thank you, gentlemen. If we can have DWP come forward, representatives from DWP come forward.
Pardon me, sir. A substitute resolution is now being circulated and is before council for their consideration for this matter.
Okay, thank you. And we opened up public comment, correct?
Thank you.
Yes. If there's anybody that would like to speak in regards to the substitute reso, they could, now would be the time to do so.
Okay, come forward, Mr. Walsh.
let me tell the public what happened here. Once they put a new motion in, an amendment, they have to, under the Brown Act, reopen public comment. Thank God for Ralph M. Brown, Senator Brown. This whole issue, yes, we want the water. We were fighting for the water. We stole the water from the Native Americans, but incidentally, the Native Americans stole it from the animals. Okay? They stole it from the animals, because remember, thousands of years ago, there were no humans here, only animals. 100%. We back you on the Owens water. We are right. The federal government is wrong. And I ask you to go to our website, and for identification purposes only, I am John Walsh, chairman of Draft Angeline for Mayor. See 2 big reasons you should vote for Angeline for Mayor right now exposed on our website. Thank you.
Mr. Spindler? It reopens.
Well, yeah, they reopened public comment. Okay. This is an ongoing, long-standing issue with the lake. And I really don't understand why it's saying that the City of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power is acting on behalf of the water ratepayers. They have never acted on behalf of the water ratepayers for anything. The only thing they do is they work against the ratepayers. They don't represent the ratepayers. What they do represent are inside interests. And the fact that you have to go to a federal court means you're going to have a lot of lawyers. Item 10 today was relative to that issue because there has to be outside counsel, because the city attorney's office has no legal or technical experience of any kind to competently handle such a lawsuit. So therefore, in this motion, how much money is it going to cost to pay these outside lawyers $500, $1,000 an hour to litigate against other cities that want that water? This could go on for 20, 30 years, this kind of lawsuit, because water is life. And the other cities that are going to take that water, whoever they might be, are going to wind up in the U.S. Supreme Court. There was a major case involving the Colorado River where the state of Arizona directly took a lawsuit against California and prevailed. So what you're going to wind up doing is not going to a federal court, but having to go directly to the Supreme Court, and that's where this case should be filed, because this is a major federal issue. So it'll be tied up, and by that time that it gets done, the water will all be gone. Thank you.
Okay, let me defer to the city clerk to make a clarification, Mr. Cardenas, as to how we must proceed.
When ready to vote, we must first vote on whether or not to substitute the substitute resolution, which is before you, as substitute 30, and then vote on the matter.
Okay, but we do not have to vote, or do we have to vote now to substitute the motion?
No, sir.
We can begin our discussion.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Cardenas, you have the floor. And again, if we could be sensitive to the city attorney's time.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Again, this is a resolution, and it's in fact speaking to the Department of Water and Power. I think, in my opinion, in their opinion, they were forced to go to the federal courts to finally, once and for all, find out where are we going to draw the line, where is the line going to be drawn for us when it comes to the mitigations over at Owens Lake. I want to remind everybody, before I ask Ron Nichols from the Department of Water and Power, I want to remind everybody first that this body, not the current members, but the body of the City Council, was told by a former head of the Department of Water and Power that this mitigation should probably cost about $150 million all in by the time the mitigations are over. Unfortunately for the council body at that time, they were not apprised of the fact that the Parsons had done a study and said it could cost between $150 million to about $450 million. but that information was kept from the City Council at that time. I just wanted to start off by thanking Ron Nichols for being very open and very transparent about what's going on at the Department of Water and Power and answering the questions as we ask and as we need the information. Even when we don't ask, they're very transparent, and we don't have those kinds of issues or problems anymore. However, even though Parsons said it might cost about $450 million, now it's approaching approximately $1.2 billion, ladies and gentlemen, and we're forced to go to the federal courts on this because as it stands today, 2 months of people's bill is going toward this mitigation. And the amount of square mileage that has now been mitigated upon is far exceeds what that Parsons report had pointed out and what anybody at that time had expected. So, Ron Nichols, can you briefly explain to us why we feel we have gotten to the point where the remedy that we have to pursue is going to the federal courts?
Yes, thank you. Ron Nichols, General Manager, Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Thank you, Councilmember Cardenas. The department has been working for over a decade with the Great Basin Air Pollution Control District to deal with mitigation of dust that we have been held responsible for based on our water gathering activities and diversions out of the Owens River, which was the initial supply and still a very major supply of water to Los Angeles. Through that process, we have met every requirement of every order that's been given to us up through August of last year, and that up until that point in time, we believed it was consistent with the obligations that we had, consistent with an agreement that we had administered by the Great Basin Air Pollution Control District. Subsequent to that, we had new orders for additional roughly 3 square miles, which we estimate will cost another $400 million. And it isn't just the extraordinary expense, it's the fact that we believe that we have met all the requirements of that which we're responsible for. And that we're now being asked to mitigate dust, which is either naturally occurring for reasons beyond our actions or the responsibility of other parties who are not being held accountable for that. Furthermore, we've been asked during this period of time, we've tried to find ways to not use precious fresh water for dust reduction, and have had very little success at that, and have been indicated both between the Great Basin District and the state lands that has underlying rights have made it to where it's very difficult for us to do cost-effective mitigation of water. And furthermore, there's no indication that this incremental 3 miles that we're disputing will ever be the end. There are issues with regard to questions on the U.S. EPA involvement, the California Air Resources Board, and the state lands, and the Bureau of Land Management, who we also believe owns some of these underlying lands and has some responsibility for dust control there as well. So this suit was filed out of extraordinary frustration that we have been unable to get a clear endpoint of our responsibilities, despite agreements in the past, written agreements that we thought were clear that aren't. And this is where we felt we absolutely had to represent the city and the ratepayers' interests and getting a clearer path forward on this, and to find a way to significantly reduce what is an extraordinary waste of water to flood a dry lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just also would like to thank Chairman of the committee that oversees the matters of the Department of Water and Power here on the Council, Jose Huizar, for working on this resolution with me and making sure that we made it as accurate and as sensitive as possible to the issues that are before us. So thank you, Ron. Also, thank you, Jose, for working on this, and hopefully we'll see a resolution passed today so that we can support our Department of Water and Power and protect our ratepayers, yet at the same time still doing the right thing, still making sure that the mitigation that is required of us, we will in fact complete that mitigation. Thank you.
Mr. Englander.
Yeah, just wanted to, I'm reading out these fact sheets, and this is just unbelievable, and I just wanted to confirm some of this, that the regulator has done these unreasonable actions for a long time. The City of Los Angeles supports 90% of the entire cost operations. That's $1.2 billion to date so far?
Well, that includes the cost of its operations. We fund about $4.5 or more million per year just for the operation of the district. We pay actually 90% of his entire cost of his staff, their pension plans, their salaries.
So we're paying
their office.
their salaries, their benefits, their full funding.
Correct.
And have they pursued anybody else besides Los Angeles in this?
No.
No. And in looking at these graphics as well, it's not just the money. We're spending billions of dollars of drinkable water in this mitigation effort as well. Is that correct?
Right. We're putting 95,000 acre feet. To put that in context, that's the same amount of water that the city of San Francisco, the entire city, uses in a year. We are dumping out onto a lake for dust mitigation.
You show the graphics in here. It's staggering. Enough to fill the Rose Bowl every day for a year. There weren't any people in the Rose Bowl when you created the graphic.
No, I think they had life vests.
Why is San Francisco drinking the Rose Bowl water? No. Okay, but this is ridiculous, and this is unreasonable, and I absolutely support this litigation. I ask you all for an aye vote. We've got to stop this. It's costing us way too much money and way too much water, and it's out of control. Thank you.
And Councilmember, I'd just like to point out that we are not by any means backing away from our obligation to continue the dust mitigation up there. There have been great efforts towards putting together a long-term plan that would actually use a fraction of the water for better environmental benefit up there and put that water back for Los Angeles so we have less impact on the Delta, which is the other source that we have to go to get that water.
Well, thanks for taking on this fight. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Englander. Mr. Zine.
Thank you. Ron, you know I discussed this many times. They have taken advantage of us for way too long, years and years and years. And this reminds me of what happens with Mammoth Lake. They filed bankruptcy, and they're not paying us what they need to pay us for the water that we own at that particular area. So I know that you're very focused on this. These are tax dollars, Department of Water and Power dollars, but we need to bring an end to this. And it's been going on, as has been said, for years. And while it keeps on flowing through, they're not going to stop it. So it's incumbent that we take a very aggressive effort, because every time we do something, they come in with something else. And we don't seem to ever have an end. And there's no incentive for them to end, because it's a gravy train that they become accustomed to, and obviously they don't want it to see end. But prior to your arrival here, it was going on, and hopefully under your administration we'll be able to finally stop this frivolous expenditure, outrageous expenditure, not only of dollars, but of the water that somehow keeps on going through this cycle that never ends. But between this and Mammoth, it shows obviously that you're aggressive in trying to save the dollars for the ratepayers in this region of Los Angeles. But can you tell me how many years this has been going on, this litigation, this issue?
This issue has been going on for about 14 years to date.
Thank you.
Mr. Labange, briefly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas, thank you always on this here. Mr. Weezer as well. Mr. Nicholson, Julie Riley, the city attorney's here. Where's the city attorney? It's one of your great city attorneys right here. I'm on the Owens Los Angeles Standing Committee. I do go up to some meetings there. The people in Owens, in Inyo County, Owens area on the river there in Inyo County have been knowledgeable of what we've been doing, but some of the northern counties don't seem to be as knowledgeable. Is that correct, Ron?
Yes, I think that's a reasonable.
And I only wish if I could do what they do at Bewitched when she would go like that and change the scene. I wish you could see Owens Valley right now. It's a beautiful valley. And Owens Lake was a terminal lake. And when a terminal lake, water gets to the terminal lake, the water dies. And what that happened is we connected that lake to Los Angeles, and we fed the Pueblo and built the Pueblo. And we've been stewards of the land and corrected some of our ills, but without us taking care of that valley as we have, it wouldn't be the valley that it is. It wouldn't be the valley that it is now, and very supportive in ways. So this is a very modern step that is necessary. Next year marks the centennial of the Los Angeles Aqueduct, which fed this city. We wouldn't be here without water. But I wish we could all see that and see the work that has been done. And then sometimes the intense wind of 12 to 14 to 20 days a year does cause havoc, but the work you do to change the soils, to work and feed the grass, is making a difference. But this is important to do, so we do the right thing for Los Angeles and the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes.
When you refer to the studies, the Parsons studies,
Correct.
there were a lot of assumptions made on cause and effect, and we followed through with a plan of action that has completed up to 45 miles of water to dust control, correct?
Correct.
So when we go through this process and try to curb our costs and bring into focus what we originally were obligated to address, could we look at those assumptions and say that they were fairly accurate and what we have done actually addressed the impacts that were then cited? And what recourse would we have? We would want less money invested? Are we still supposed to be stewards of the area? I mean, I'm trying to understand what would be the end result of this effort should we get there.
Well, I think there's two really important end results out of this. Number one, we're not backing away from completing and continuing the dust mitigation on 45 square miles. And keep in mind, this is the largest dust control project in the nation, perhaps the world. We've done what we've been required to do and more. We have mitigated a greater amount of dust than we believe we've ever caused up there. We believe that the Owens Lake and the Owens Valley has less dust now than it would have had before LA ever took any water out of that reservoir. And we believe we can prove that, and although have not been given our due process in order to do so, which is one of the reasons we brought this suit. But our goal is to work forward in the same light as a draft management plan that we have up there that would actually continue to provide dust mitigation on that same 45 square miles, but using less water to do it. That actually means we'll have to invest more money to do that, but long term it maintains a higher quality of environment and a lesser amount of water wasted in ineffective dust mitigation up there. So we can change this, end up with more water coming to Los Angeles, equal quality of dust mitigation, better environmental habitat, but we then need to make certain that we have certainty that this is the geographic limit of what we need to do, and there isn't this constant another 3 miles, another 4 miles, hundreds of millions of dollars at a time for dust that is not any further our responsibility.
And just last question, when we look at properties that were improved, are these properties that we own, or did we improve other properties in the area that have benefited economically because of the level of mitigation we have instilled in the region?
Well, there's two types of mitigation we've done up there. With respect to specifically the dust control, we don't own that property because it's lake bed, and therefore lake bed is either owned, and I can have Julie Riley, our city attorney, correct me if I'm mischaracterizing it, but lake bed is either owned by the California State Lands Commission, who also limits and governs what we can do on that lake, which is another constraint that we've had, or the U.S. Bureau of Land Management. So we don't own these lands, but we are being called upon to mitigate dust that has been attributed to us based on diversion of water that would otherwise flown there. And we have taken accountability and responsibility for that. Secondly to that, we've done other environmental mitigation to returning flows to the Owens River and other actions up there that are outside of the direct dust mitigation, which has indeed benefited
Mr. Reyes, check your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That was it. I was there.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, thank you. Just number one, who are we suing? What is this, Owens Valley, a coalition of local governments?
No, this is a collection of local, state, and federal agencies because we need to bring them all to the table, which has been the problem. We have a local regulator there, the Great Basin Air Pollution Control District, who is the one that's acting on this and has said publicly that he is not bound by his board, that he can issue orders irrespective of what his board says. The board, in turn, has some loose governance by the California Air Resources Board, and then U.S. EPA has a particulate standard, dust standard, if you will, that applies here that we believe is being misapplied.
I see. And so, what time frame are we looking at, and what kind of monies?
Well, this is a long-term process. It is a major suit, but in as much as we're already facing a requirement for $400 million of mitigation for which we think we have no responsibility, and that it's not the end. Clearly, this is some major litigation that will take some time and effort. It probably won't even start unfolding until sometime in the next calendar year.
I appreciate it. The last thing is our lobbyists in Washington, they can talk to the senators and the Congress members who obviously have an impact, or the president's office, on the federal government's role in this. Have we done any of that kind of lobbying? Or the state government, Jerry Brown and the other big shots up there?
We have had discussions at both the state and the federal level on this, and we'll continue to do so.
Okay. Thank you very much for your leadership, too.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cardenas, to close.
Thank you. I'll close very quickly, just reminding us how frustrated the department is, and how frustrated the public would be if they knew how we've been treated by these agencies. For example, the California Air Resources Board said in their minutes that within a couple of weeks they were going to re-agendize this matter, and it's been 4 months. It's been 4 months on our dime. It was in June that my staff read those minutes, and they had mentioned that they would come back to it in a couple of weeks, and we're still here without them resolving that particular statement which the CARB board mentioned. So that's just a perfect example of what we've been faced with. It seems to be never ending, and unfortunately we need to get the federal courts involved to make sure that somebody says this is where the line is drawn, this is where the mitigation will end, and then we can all move on. Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience.
Okay, thank you. Now let's first vote on the substitution. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, now we will vote on the item itself. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Labange, forthwith. Mr. Labange, are you doing your... Then let's do it real quick. Special one.
Mr. President, Special 1, that's motion Labange, Buscaino, and others, has been distributed
Okay,
and has
and
been
Mr.
circulated.
Labange.
The city attorney will speak to the findings.
If there's one speaker in the queue, then we'll do this later. Okay, go on, Mr. Labange.
Since the posting of today's agenda, Hurricane Sandy has left a path of destruction on the East Coast. Immediate action is required to request DWP to make available maintenance crews to repair the infrastructure to restore power to the area. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Go on.
Members, thank you. Ron Nichols, you're a utility man. This has happened before. What do you do, and can we make ourselves available?
In fact, before he respond, Tom, and I told you this is a short one. Before you respond, we need to vote on the findings. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Go ahead. Go on, Ron.
Mr. Nichols.
The hurricane and storm back on the East Coast has had incredible impact on utilities back there. There's some 8 million customers that are out. There is a history of mutual assistance between utilities, and we're just looking at the prospect of being able to make available our people to come help.
That's fine. Yes, Tom. Are you done?
No, I asked for an aye vote. Thank you.
On this item, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Good work. Okay, forthwith. Mr. Krikorian, are you ready to proceed? Okay, what I think we should do is ask the city attorney and his staff to come and sit at the center table. And are there cards?
And, Mr. President, for the record, that's item 40. Item 40 is now before you. 40 was called special for cards.
Okay, so I've got, does Mr. Dude have any more time? Okay, so Dowhouse, Dude. What about Mr. Walsh and Mr. Sachs?
I hate lawyers.
What? Wait. What now? And okay, yes, Ms. Perry.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to ask you if you could, before we get into this is going to be a long item. Sergeant Willie Carter is leaving today.
Yes, go right ahead.
If Miss Sergeant, he's not. He's in his civilian clothes. Let's give him a hand. He's retired. He's gone. And I just wanted to say a few words to him and a few words of thanks. Now, he's currently married to Tina Carter. He has one stepson, Fred Williams, and 2 children from his previous marriage. His oldest son is named William Carter. His daughter is named Deanna Ruiz. He has 4 grandchildren. Boy, he's telling all your business. Courtney, Rachel, Dean, and Mari. And he was born in Birmingham, Alabama. Born to Arthur and Willie. He has one younger sister named Joyce and an older brother named Arthur. Willie was 9 years old when his father passed away. He quit school and began to work in an attempt to care for his family. And after a short time, his mother passed. Willie and his brother came to Los Angeles to live with his aunt Caroline Bowman and his sister Joyce. He attended Louis Pasteur Junior High School and Los Angeles High School. His favorite sport was basketball. And after high school, he left his aunt's house, moved in with his brother, and started working at an auto dealership. And after gaining some work experience, he was drafted in 1968 in the United States Army. He went to boot camp in Fort Irwin, California. And after graduating boot camp, he received orders to go to Vietnam, and he had one tour of duty from 1969 to 1970, where he was honorably discharged. He returned to Los Angeles and sought employment in the printing industry and earned his degree in printing from Los Angeles Trade Technical College. His interest in law enforcement started shortly after his brother-in-law became a Los Angeles police officer. And after hearing about the job, Sergeant Carter decided to give it a try, and he joined the LAPD in 1979. And he quit a short time later because he thought the job wasn't for him. I wasn't going to say that part, but I guess I will. Then he came back to LAPD in 1981. He completed the police academy, was assigned to Wilshire Division, and then after completing his probation, he did a tour in communications 4 stories below City Hall. After his tour in communications, he was assigned to Central Division, and he carried an array of assignments. He was promoted twice in 1 year in 1991 to Police Officer 3, then Senior Lead Officer. And Mr. Carter spent most of his career walking a footbeat on Broadway. He became known in the garment community, the jewelry district, and Central Division in general because of his sparkling personality and charismatic qualities. He was also known by people who were doing things that were not good as a fair but firm police officer when somebody chose not to go with a program. And the most important function that I think he performed in here is to act as an interpreter for Officer Johnson, who often speaks in a patois that no one understands. So I know myself that I've turned to him many times and said, "What did he say?" So you will be missed on many, many levels, and it was nice to be able to stop by your retirement party and see your family and all of your friends celebrating your, I think it's 33 years of service there, give or take a year. But leave a number so that we can call you on Officer Johnson when we need to, okay? Thank you.
Congratulations. Now, Johnson, would you get out of the picture? Move out of the, get out of the picture. No, John, you guys move. It's his day. I want you to get all of the, look at Johnson, still in the shot. All right, congratulations.
I get 2 minutes?
Go ahead if you want to say a few words.
Well, I just want to thank everybody for the words of encouragement for my retirement and life after LAPD. And it's been really a pleasure to serve in here as one of the sergeants at arms and it's really been a pleasure to serve the community. I always tell the people I'm employed by the LAPD, but I work for the people, and that's, what I do. I had the opportunity to work in the chambers before when Henry Alfaro was here, Ferraro, rather, I'm sorry. And I declined to take the job on a permanent basis because I wanted to be outside to work for the people. But they asked me to come back over here for the last year of my service, and I agreed to do that. And it's been a pleasure to work for you all and to serve you.
Now, thank you. And just think, if you didn't come to work for us, you wouldn't have met all of these phenomenal people that come and speak before this body. Okay, with that said, let's get Mr. Dude up and Mr. Walsh. Johnson, get out the way. Mr. Dude.
Yes, today I need 4 minutes, okay? You know why? Because
you have 2 minutes.
Well, I was on other cars and you never called my name.
You have 2 minutes, and you better speak to this item, item 40.
Oh, item 40. I'm sorry, I thought it was public comment. John Welch, what are we talking about? Oh, yeah, I hate lawyers. I really do. We don't need lawyers. We don't really. The people can take care of themselves if we stop making so many stupid laws. Thank you. We don't need the red tape. We do not need lawyers. Besides, they get paid too much, way too much, for explaining to us the laws that we make. Hello? Are we all stupid or what?
Okay, Mr. Walsh, you have 1 minute, I'm informed.
I can do anything in 1 minute.
I believe you.
John Walsh, blogging at Hollywood Highlands for identification purposes only. Draft Angeline for mayor. 2 gigantic reasons to vote for her. 1, 2. First of all, 100% what Mr. Fatanis says. You're trying to undercut him. You're trying to have it so everybody can hire any lawyer anytime they want. And behind this is Mr. Mike Fewer. And he is doing the right thing. Now, I haven't agreed with him always, but he's right now, and I would rather have him for 4 years than Mr. Fewer for 4 years, because when you get fewer and fewer choices. His name should be Lesser, not Fewer. And I just want to say that your hiring of John Schwada and your hiring of Park Skelton was good, and don't slap Trutanis in the face and create lawyer chaos. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Okay, with that said, Mr. Krikorian, I guess we start off with you, and then we have the city attorney here and 2 of his top and able staff to answer any question.
Great.
And Mr. Reyes, if I could get you, go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, our constituents look to us and expect us to legislate on behalf of the people. Our constituents look to the City Attorney's Office and expect the City Attorney's Office to prosecute wrongdoers, to defend the city's interests, and to be the chief legal advisor to the city and its agencies. And in both respects, the motion that's before you enhances our respective bodies' ability to meet those expectations. What's before you is simply a step forward in creating an ability on behalf of this body to take greater responsibility and to provide more accountability on us for our legislative work product. And that's the intention behind this motion. You know, when you look at other agencies of government, the state legislature doesn't ask the elected attorney general to draft bills. The Congress doesn't look to the Attorney General of the United States to draft bills. The County Board of Supervisors does not look to the District Attorney's Office to draft county measures. We are somewhat unique in the model that we have in providing for one elected official's office to participate in the legislative work product for which we should be held ultimately responsible. But I want to make clear at the outset what this motion is not. This is not in any way a criticism of the city attorney or any of the hardworking deputies who work in that office, because it is not a matter of personality. It is not a matter of performance by any individuals. I look at this as a matter of merely of accountability, of good government, of clarity, of responsibility. And we in Budget and Finance just this week, in considering a proposal to lay off a number of deputy city attorneys, heard in great detail and with great clarity about the burden that's now facing the city attorney's office in meeting their core mission right now. And I take that very, very seriously. And I believe that the city attorney's office and its critical role in protecting public safety and protecting the interests of the city it should not be put under greater strain. But at the same time, we have a work product that we need to perform for the city and its residents as well. And so the point of this motion is simply to facilitate that, to ease the responsibilities that the city attorney has to choose among those many priorities, those many very real priorities. And I remember earlier when we had budget hearing with the city attorney, the city attorney correctly said that the first priority of that office is to protect the public safety and to protect the financial interests of the city through litigation. And he's absolutely right. Those are those must be the city attorney's first priorities. But our first priority needs to be to advance the interests of our constituents through our legislative role, and that's what this motion does. I want to just say one other thing. There is an inherent, I believe, strain when an elected office has a direct role in the work of another elected office. And you could imagine a situation at some point in the future with some future city attorney where there's a very stark difference in that city attorney's political agenda and priorities and the city council's policy agenda, and what the city council votes on and the mayor approves as the goal of this city. Where there is that kind of conflict, you have a real problem of governance. And especially when we are dependent upon the city attorney to prepare the very ordinance that would implement the intention of this council in moving forward. So this problem would be avoided if we simply have a structure by which we take responsibility for our own ordinances, we take responsibility for our own legislative work product, and that can easily be done by simply having our CLA's office have lawyers in-house who can handle some of this work. Now, there may in fact be other approaches that we can take to achieve this end, and I'm happy to continue to have discussions. I've had discussions with the City Attorney's Office about this. Those discussions will continue. I think there are opportunities by which we can ensure that that we're able to do this. But for today, what we need to do is move forward with clarity in the city charter to make sure that we are responsible for our legislative work product. That's what this motion does, and so I would respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Councilor Koretz. We have a few speakers on the queue. Councilor Koretz, then Councilor Zine, then Councilor Englander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with part of this motion. I agree with a focus on the problem, and I appreciate Councilmember Krikorian bringing this forward. The problem is, I think we're all frustrated with the speed of response on our legislative items. And that's not intended to be a knock on the city attorney's office. I think based on the fact that the department has been somewhat decimated with, I believe, around a 25% cut in attorneys, when you take that into account, I'd say they're doing pretty well. but not good enough from our own perspective that we're not able to get part of the business that we're elected to do done. So I think this needs to be restructured in some manner. What's proposed, I think, actually winds up being more expensive than the current process and may trade in a different set of political issues, as well as we have our CLA now responsible for prioritizing each of 15 council members' pieces of legislation, and whose stuff gets done first. Is it leadership? Is it the first one that asks? Is it the one that pressures the most, or who they like the best? I mean, no matter what, there's going to be a little bit of politics involved, and no matter what approach we take, it's not ideal. I don't want to see what's proposed as the end result, but I do want to see us find a way to make the city attorney's office more responsive. I think this is somewhat an anomaly because we're in the financial situation we're in. If the city attorney's office was fully funded, I don't think we'd be having this conversation. What I would suggest is that we table this item for 2 weeks. We have Mr. Krikorian's office, the city attorney's office, and other parties that might be interested, and I would volunteer a staff member from my office, since we have staff on my staff that's had a lot of involvement with the city attorney's office in the past, others who might be interested, and let them come up with a better way to structure this in agreement with the city attorney's office. I don't think the city attorney wants to be less effective in writing our legislation, getting it done. It's not intentional. It's just when you have terrible choices among priorities and a department that's somewhat hanging by their fingernails, you have this situation. So I would suggest that we make that effort. And if we can't come up with a way to do it, then we look at this issue in 2 weeks. But I believe with sincere negotiations by all parties, we could find a way to have the city attorney's office respond to our legislative needs more effectively.
Thank you, Councilman Koretz. Our next speaker, Councilman Zine.
Thank you. The cost. What would the cost be? The city attorney's office, as represented with the Department of Water and Power, the airport, the port, many other departments, all coordinated through the city attorney's office. The city hall staffing that we have here, and all the committees that are staffed by the city attorney's office, the personnel committee, public safety committee, etc. The meet and confer process for the employees of the city attorney's office. And I have a lot of respect for Mr. Krikorian. He's got a great reputation as a legislator in Sacramento, a great reputation as a legislator here and a litigator. My concern on it is that our city attorney has been consistently stripped of funds every time we come around. He's got volunteers in his office. He's got interns in his office. The whole office runs basically on a baling wire and good intentions. And if we look at the budget, every time it comes around, the city attorney's office gets hit once again, and somehow he's been able to survive that. The charter mandates, and I remember as the charter commissioner when we established that new charter with secession, etc., that we would keep that office hold. That was brought up in the past, that we split this. Who represents this body in litigation is the city attorney's office. Who gives us information? The city attorney's office. Where do we get opinions from? The city attorney's office. Who staffs the police department, the police commission, all these other entities? If we are going to establish another bureaucracy and spend more money, and we just talked about measures to increase the funding for the city for general fund purposes, is this going to be a situation of more dollars? The people of Los Angeles elect the city attorney. The people of Los Angeles elect all of us. The people of Los Angeles have a right to choose what they want in the city attorney. And I've always found that when it comes into getting information, we get that information consistently from the city attorney's office. We may not agree with it. There may be issues and concerns, but at least we get the information back. Whether it's a timely matter, in my estimation, with the cuts that the department has had, I don't know how they get anything done, because they've consistently had cuts in their operation, and they've been able to somehow maintain the focus, not only in the criminal branch, but in the civil branch to get things done. So, again, I have great respect for Mr. Krikorian, but I have a real concern about how we take a department that's been there for many, many years, that has a tradition, Jimmy Hahn, Ira Reiner, all the other city attorneys that we've had over the years, over the history, to maintain that and to separate that to criminal. And in many jurisdictions, the criminal is done by the district attorney's office, and they have litigators and the city attorney that the cities hire. And we've seen that in some of the small communities around here. So I do not support doing anything other than giving the city attorney's office the funds to do their job in a professional manner. And I commend them that they've been able to survive and keep their head above water as the funds keep getting less and less and less. So with all due respect to Ms. Krikorian, I do not support putting this on the ballot. I think the city attorney's office should stay whole. We should fund it appropriately so they can do their job. Thank you.
Mr. Englander.
I think if we listen to where this was framed, and you start off from what Mr. Krikorian was saying, that this is by no means a reaction of the city attorney's work or lack thereof, or response or lack thereof. It's not in response to that. The budget's been cut. I agree with Mr. Zine. You can't expect people to do more with less. They've got to prioritize as well in what they're doing. And the prioritization that they have is civil and criminal matters to protect the city. Where we run into conflict, Mr. Koretz, is not about in the 2-week timeout. This has been going on far beyond our current city attorney's office. This isn't the issue having to deal with the city attorney. It's much more what Mr. Krikorian was saying, and the models. The model doesn't work and the structure doesn't work, and I'll give you an example. The example that I have is a big project that I worked on as a chief of staff, which was the largest proposed development project in the history of the city of Los Angeles. And we were working on motions and legislation to see what angles we had to kill it. And it would have greatly impacted this city. And we worked on it for 10 years. And we never asked the city attorney for an opinion, and this is a previous city attorney. But they gave one anyway, because it was political, and it was one of their biggest donors. And the opinion was wrong and flawed. And we fought it, and as a council brought in, and it was Mr. Smith, Greg Smith, that brought in the motion for outside counsel against the city attorney's wishes. It further hurt our court case because of that legal opinion, which was leaked at that time as well to the applicant. And they sued us for $100 million. And we hired outside counsel and we won. And they took it all the way to the Supreme Court and we won. And that's just one example of many. We also have the issue of a conflict, Mr. Koretz, where we talk about and we all know in working on committees, and this has nothing to do with who's in the chair of a city attorney or who our elected city attorney is. But we go to those city attorneys who are appointed to the departments, and we go to them and we ask for an opinion on something that's pending before our committee, or we need to work out the issue legislatively. And we go to them and they say, I'm sorry, we can't either work with you on it, or we work for the department, not for you. And we're going to give you the department opinion. And we all know, and you can't sit here and deny, that doesn't happen day in and day out, and it's been happening for years and years and years. It has nothing to do with who's sitting in the chair and who the elected city attorney's office is. That person is responsible for managing a department that's been decimated, that has to focus on civil and criminal matters. That's the core function of the city attorney's office. And as Mr. Krikorian said, we've got to focus on the legislative fixes to get the city back on track. And it's constantly a battle, and will continue to be, because the structure doesn't work. That's why there's no other jurisdiction that operates the same way that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And just for the record, Mr. City Attorney, when the members are finished, I'm going to let you and your guys say whatever it is you want to say to counter some of the things that you've heard. Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, sir. I want to applaud Mr. Krikorian's effort, and I think it's all of our duty to find ways to run the city more efficient and more productive. This one I'm struggling with. I believe this motion, I know this motion accurately cites budgetary limitations as a reason why there's been a delay in the city attorney's office preparing ordinances for this council. But my question is, won't these same budgetary limitations hinder the CLA's ability to hire lawyers on behalf of the council? You know, we also talk about finding more cost-effective strategies in this city. But how would this be more cost-effective than providing additional resources to the city attorney's office? Would it not make sense to restore funding lost in the budget cuts? And I have a question for the city attorney. If the city attorney retains his or her charter-mandated authority and duty to provide legal advice to the council, isn't this setting up for potential conflict between the council's lawyer and the city's lawyer?
Exactly. That's exactly right. And that resolution would only create further delay and perhaps more litigation between lawyers within the city who give conflicting opinions.
So I also feel, and I agree with some of my colleagues here, that it's going to cost the city more, especially if we're hiring outside lawyers to come. They're going to have to, they're going to charge the city billable hours on reading up on the municipal code, the administrative code, and the city charter. And let me paint a picture for you. These books are huge, and I struggle with this. And I would ultimately, I mean, even if we go back and we can hash this out in the next 2 weeks, but perhaps it'd be best to have and fund a paralegal and a deputy city attorney that would answer up to us and would be with us on a daily basis.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think Mr. Koretz put it well. You know, what we see before us is a problem. We've identified a problem, but perhaps we've also seen one solution to that problem. And when we're at our best is when we put all our minds together to come up with a solution. And I would agree with Mr. Koretz if we could put a group of folks together to come up with various solutions and not just one. And when we have those various solutions, I think we'll have a broader picture of what's before us and how we can move forward in addressing this one issue. You know, at the end of the day, when we look for legal advice, we're not questioning the opinions of our attorneys, whether we got good or bad legal advice. We're talking about the structure. How do we create a better structure to get the type of advice we need in a timely fashion? And if that's the issue, there are a number of ways that we could do that. One, provide more funding and resources to the city attorney's office. Two is the one that's being proposed today, and perhaps there's others. So I would ask that we do move forward with Mr. Koretz's motion and that we come back in 2 weeks and have people think about what all the options are so we could address this. We are at our best when we follow that type of format.
Mr. Alacon.
Council members, first of all, I think it should be said that none of this discussion is any negative reflection on Dion. He's doing a great job. So we want to thank him for his service here at the City Council.
That's debatable.
You know, I'm tempted to say that famous LA saying, "Can't we all get along?" First of all, I have not had a bad relationship with the city attorney's office. I've had a very good relationship on a lot of issues. We use their mediation unit in the community. We've done it at least several times, and other functions have been fine. There are a couple of ordinances that I've introduced and requested and would have wanted to have happen much faster, namely the banking responsibility ordinance, the Arizona ordinance that Mr. Reyes introduced, the wage theft ordinance, which I'm still waiting for. Quite frankly, some of these have some justifiable reasons why they were delayed, and sometimes there were some gaps that could not be explained. But All that being said and done, I align myself with Mr. Koretz's comments because, I think this is on first blush. We might be tempted to establish a separate unit and take it to the voters. But frankly, I would be concerned that the voters might interpret this as a political clash and could go any direction out of control. And I don't know that that's a good thing. But I also believe we have to improve. We have to improve for all the reasons everybody has said. And I think we should negotiate it. I think we should figure out ways to do better. And that's why I seconded Mr. Koretz's motion to table this for 2 weeks and take a chill pill and have some conversation and not be driven by the media's response. This is, I do recognize, and frankly, Mr. Krikorian, you have a very good argument. Having served in the legislature, you're absolutely right. We didn't have to go to the Attorney General to get matters conducted, and there was a particular focus because Ledge Council was there and we could get their answer relatively quickly, not on everything. But it was our attorney, and they would look at it from our perspective and only our perspective, which helped focus in on this. I do want to express that ordinances are a critical component of what we do, and they're critical to the citizenry we serve. They elect us to do exactly that, and for us to say that that has a lesser priority than public safety, when indeed the ordinance may have everything to do with public safety, or to say that that has a lesser priority than public safety, and what was the other one? Budgetary issues. That is absolutely wrong. They are equally important, and because we are doing the citizens' work. If they don't like the work we do, then they should unelect us. But we should not have the work that we conduct, once it's decided, should not have to wait any longer than absolutely necessary. And so that is something that we do need to deal with. I hope that we can find a negotiated solution that produces a better product, especially driving a process where we can get the ordinances out quicker. But I would like to give it a little more time so that we could
check your time.
Well, just a little more time so that we could actually find a better solution to this rather than having to go to the voters.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I rise to support my colleague, Councilman Krikorian. And these are heart-wrenching issues that are before us on a daily basis. When I check the charter, there's a client relationship here. And when we look at options, there's a lot of reasons why there is this, at times, tension. And for all the line staff and the staff in the City Attorney's Office that I know are working weekends, they're working late at night, they work through the holidays. And Plum Committee, I have so many ordinances and issues coming at us every week that they step up in a big way. But there's also this other dynamic of the issues that have a political concern. And the level of objectivity to me has been something that I feel we need to address. It's unfortunate, but we did have to hire an attorney for the CLA's office in the past, I think, 2 or 3 years. And there's notion of trust became a real concern. And so how we work together, to me, is critical to how we do our best as an institution, as a council, to address our obligations as public servants. And that, to me, is critical. So having the ability to have a body of information that provides us options without a political slant or without just to be able to move forward is critical. The options are important. And I believe this structure, this concern that Councilman Krikorian has brought to the table is a very delicate one. In no way do I want to offend the city attorney's office in any way, but I do know that I have gone through some stresses in some political environments that I wish had not been political. I wish it would have been just. And that gentleman keeps yawning. Maybe he should go take a nap. The fact is, we need to have options, objectivity, so we can do our work, and perhaps this structure can allow us to get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Perry.
Okay. Thank you very much. Some time ago, I'm sorry, I thought I had a copy of it. I actually put in a motion to examine this very issue several years ago, and I didn't push it. Then we went through our economic recession, and the layoffs, the furloughs, the change in the budget, and we are in an entirely different space than we were 3 years earlier. So unless an action like this can clearly demonstrate that there are significant cost savings, as much as I respect Mr. Krikorian, and I do, I don't see how we can pursue this. There may be other ways that we can develop a different type of framework within which to interact with the office. I don't want to end up with city attorneys being outplaced in a sense and then put into the chief legislative analyst's office. I don't think a system like that, the one that is used in Sacramento, is a place where we should end up. The CLA's office is one of the few departments in the city that works extremely well and provide impartial, sound, substantive advice, much like the CAO's office. So I think if you want to find another way to approach this, putting it on the ballot is probably not the best way to do that. So anything as an alternative or short of that is something that I would consider, but this is not a battle that I'm going to wage through the ballot box.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, I wish I didn't have to vote on this right now, to be candid with you. There are several things that go through my mind. First, Paul Krikorian is an incredible chair of a committee. It's been a pleasure watching him think through his brain and work things out. I learned things in those sessions. But I got to remember Lincoln Place, which was a little bit like Stangeliner was talking about his project. I had some problem with the city attorney's office that said, Councilman, you just don't listen. I said, wait a minute, I'm the policymaker, not you. That's where somebody stepped over the line. And I never forgot that issue. Because the city attorneys, when we have to make the decisions as the electeds, got to give us unbiased positioning. And that was a biased position. So that's a little bit of anger I got. But I'm on budget enough to know the $3 million that we just had to use this year for outside litigation was the last of the $3 million. Where are we going to get the money for the next calendar year for litigation outside? And third, when I heard all of those city attorneys speak in committee, every one of them I looked in the eye, and the story was so genuine of how large their caseload is, what their conviction rates are, and how we got bucked into this position because the county couldn't do some of these things. And many of us think the county should be doing, because they're understaffed. So, in great respect to Paul Krikorian, which I had, like everybody else, thought there was some value in this. I'm more happy to continue it. The May ballot is down the road a piece. It's not tomorrow. It doesn't have a deadline of today to make a decision. I would like to volunteer Norm Culla, who's an attorney in my office, mature guy, to be part of this working group. And I hope that doesn't offend anybody here, that we continue it a little bit longer, let a little bit more process happen, because the last thing I want to see is the politics of one candidate against the other be used or manipulated or put within this mix of things. So I'm sorry, Paul. I'm going to go with the other Paul on this one. Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. I think we've had a really good debate actually here today, and I know there'll be more. This is really not a question of who you like or dislike more. This is not a question about who's in office or who's not. I have great friendship with and tremendous respect for Mr. Tutanich. I got along very well with Rocky Delgadillo. I get along well with my CLA and his staff. And I have a lot of respect for folks that are in here. You know, Los Angeles is a strange anomaly. I approach this, I'm trying to distance myself from any friendship or the politics of it for just a moment and just really look at the merits. And Los Angeles is a strange bird because there is such a thing as too many checks and balances. When people say we need a check and balance, we could elect a city clerk, for instance. A lot of cities do. We don't. We could elect the city treasurer. Other cities do. We don't. We do elect a city attorney. A lot of cities don't. We do. We're not the only one. I mean, San Francisco does it at some other places. But it does create almost a fourth level of checks and balances, which is maybe something people want. The voters certainly would get a chance one way or the other if we moved forward to decide that. But I see this as much more narrow, I think, than a lot of people are claiming. Because one, it's a very small portion of what the city attorney's office does. Two, it only says when there's a finding of need, so it doesn't have to even be a standing office. And three, when you look at some of the things that are before us in terms of a city attorney's work, it doesn't have to be the argument of creating a new bureaucracy or not. You can shift people over. They can be the exact same bodies. It can be a zero-sum game. So then it really comes down to a question of what do we think is the most efficient, most effective. I will say outside of the city attorney's office, and in this no way disparages any of the folks I've worked with in the city attorney's office, we are one of the few legislative bodies that doesn't have a working council with it. I've done the research extensively in preparing for today. I looked at the federal level, I've looked at the state level, I've looked at the local level. Sometimes they're called different things, but almost everybody has a lawyer working hand in glove with them. We've got a couple lawyers on the council, so we do have some legal advice around this horseshoe. And we have great city attorneys who have been a part of giving us legal advice, but it is different when you have an elected office. It, I think, strengthens the number of checks that you have on city government. So if you want more diffuse, more kind of libertarian government, don't centralize power too much, it's good. If you want to see kind of more of the give a legislative body a chance to do what it wants, if it does something bad, send them out of office, but give them the power to have fewer checks on that, then it's bad. And quite frankly, I think Los Angeles suffers from that we have 88 cities, we have 20-something levels of government, and so when we try to tackle most problems, we have too many cooks in the kitchen usually. We have no ability to more coherently move things quickly. And I would like to see our ability to be able to get that sort of advice as effectively as possible. I don't think it sounds like there's the votes necessarily today to do that, and I want to be very clear to my friends that are at the table, it's in no way a negative reflection on anything they've done vis-a-vis our office. Sure, we can all say we're frustrated, but that's in the face of, I know Mr. Zine said, these cuts that have been made, they haven't been made in some abstract way. We've done them collectively. All right, there's been 15 of us that have made those cuts, and a mayor, and so we have to take the responsibility for the slowness as well as other things. But at the end of the day, when we're looking at legislation, I work all the time with folks who give me advice on how to write things. Other cities will give me a draft. I'll give that to the city attorney's office, et cetera. And sometimes I do that because the city attorney's office doesn't have the resources or things are moving too slowly. But at the end of the day, I don't see this as anything negative to move forward with, nor a threat to the city attorney's office, because they really would retain the power to do what they're doing today. It would just give us the option to occasionally not.
Mr. Englander.
Just wanted to close with just two things, and one, to echo that as well, is that it's not a reflection at all. It's just, as Mr. Garcetti said, having those checks and balances, it's no reflection to the city attorney. In fact, this was discussed. Ms. Perry did bring this up and enter in a motion years ago, and it was actually working with, again, my predecessor on this, Greg Smith, and there was a lot of support for it at the time. I would like to hear if we do continue this for a couple weeks, if that's ultimately the objective, and what is that outcome? What does that mean? Who's that working group? If somebody can lead us in the discussion. Mr. Koretz, you're the one that suggested it, so I'd like to hear at least some details on what we're talking about doing and who will be working on that. At a minimum, I'd offer to be involved in that as well. I think at least the makers of the motion should be, but I'd like to hear what those details are very quickly if I could.
Okay, let's hear from Mr. Krikorian at this time.
Mr. Englander, were you directing that to Mr. Koretz?
Mr. Koretz, you want to respond to Mr. Englander?
And I missed that. Was that a request for elaborating on my motion?
Have the president point
Very detailed, specifically who's that working group. At least I'd like to see, again, the makers of the motion at a minimum, but I think we all have a hand in that. It's critically important in the next couple of weeks. You'd mentioned rescheduling this for 2 weeks down the road. If we did that, who's the working group? When are they meeting? What kinds of details are we going to get into on that?
I would suggest, as I did, that it be a representative from Mr. Krikorian's office and himself, if he desires, and other interested and related parties, such as council staff that may have a particular area of expertise. And I offered up my chief of staff without talking to him, as someone who was a former chief deputy in the city attorney's office.
Paul and Mitch,
but there may be others.
I think we need to be careful where we're going, because that's not on the agenda. So those kind of detailed questions, I think, would be more appropriate answered under different circumstances. City Attorney, do you agree?
I think how the gathering is made up should be left to the principals. The more you detail who is in a group and what functions they'll do, that in itself would create a Brown Act body.
May I make a suggestion, Mr. President?
I won't explain the detail, but I think a working group could be created that could delve into this issue and negotiate an appropriate response to the concerns, and come back to us in 2 weeks with their results of their negotiations.
Okay, let's hear from the maker of the original motion, Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I appreciate some of the helpful comments that we've had during this discussion. I do want to respond just to a couple of substantive points before I speak to Mr. Koretz's motion. There's been a number of discussions about cost and infrastructure and stuff. This doesn't create any new infrastructure whatsoever. We have a CLA's office. We will not be hiring outside counsel to go and learn the municipal code, Mr. Buscaino. We'll be hiring lawyers within the CLA's office, just as we hire lawyers within the city attorney's office, and who will have been there and developed the substantive expertise. We're not hiring O'Melveny and Myers to come in and draft our ordinances. That's not what we're talking about with this. So this should be an essentially cost-neutral measure. It's not intended to achieve cost efficiencies. It's intended to achieve operational efficiency and more accountability on the part of our body, and more control by this body and the people who elect this body over our legislative work product. That's it. Now, responding to Mr. Koretz's point, it's a point well taken, and as I said at the outset, I have had initial discussions with the city attorney's office about how we can improve this operation, and those are discussions that I'm very eager to continue to have, and it sounds like many of my colleagues are as well, and that's terrific, and I think that's a great step forward that we're starting to take and hopefully achieving the kind of operational efficiency that I've been talking about. So what I would suggest is that if it is the body's will to continue the matter, we can't simply continue it, because this is a measure to put an item, to begin the preparation of materials to put an item on the March ballot. So if you say you are continuing it for 2 weeks, that is killing that effort. So just so we're all clear, that is what the intention of a delay is to kill that effort. So rather than doing that precipitously, without having the kind of substantive discussions that have been initiated and that I hope will continue with great vigor and with great commitment and enthusiasm, what I would suggest is that if we are to continue this for 2 weeks, let's continue it for 2 weeks for further consideration by this body with an amendment to this motion, so that instead of making reference to the March ballot, it makes reference to the May ballot. So that when we consider this in 2 weeks, this is absolutely on track to go onto the ballot for charter reform. Now, in the meantime, and Mr. President, I appreciate your comments about our trying to set up a working group on the fly. I do not recommend that. I think that if that's where this discussion is going, that discussion should not continue in this debate. What we should do is continue the matter, leave it to the makers and seconders of the motion to reach out to the city attorney's office, have those discussions, and then, any of you who would like to provide input into that discussion, any stakeholder who would like to provide input to that discussion, I'd be delighted to hear it. But I don't think we should be in the process right now of setting up a working group, delegating authority to a new sub-body of this body. So why don't we go ahead and, my recommendation then, colleagues, would be let's go ahead and continue consideration of this matter for 2 weeks with an amendment to the motion so that March ballot is replaced by May ballot, and I will commit to having further discussions with the city attorney along with the seconders of the motion, anybody else who'd like to join us in that, so that by the time that 2-week period comes around, perhaps we will have a wider range of options even to consider at that time.
Would you accept that as a friendly amendment, Mr. Koretz?
I'd be close. I think the idea of changing the wording to May makes sense because obviously we'd missed the March deadline. How we structure a working group, I'm trying to figure out what Mr. Krikorian suggests
Mr.
makes
City
the most
Attorney,
sense,
Paul.
or just leaving it to the council president to appoint members of a working group.
Okay.
Whichever we think makes the most streamlined sense and the easiest way to do it, I'm open to. So.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney wanted to jump in for a second.
Yeah, actually, if I could correct myself regarding the Brown Act issue, if it's just members of this body, there can be an ad hoc committee created that's less than a majority of this body to have a limited term and a limited purpose and then report back to the full body.
Well,
without being a Brown Act body.
If it could be members of the body or their staffs, that would make sense to me.
Okay, now Mr. Parks for the first time.
Thank you very much. I would just like to, maybe this is friendly to Mr. Krikorian, that as this 2-week review starts, that we use the material and CF number 11-1127, which is extensive research by the CLA about models of the city attorneys in other cities.
That was a memo in response to Ms. Perry's motion, if I recall correctly. I did read it. It's excellent work that compares the models of many different entities across California and across the state, and it's recommended reading for everyone, to be sure.
Okay.
So, yes, thank you.
All right. So then I need you to verbally suggest the change in the language where it relates to the 2-week delay and Mr. Koretz's concern. Maybe you give the council the ability to create an ad hoc or what have you, but I'm going to defer to you.
So my revision, if you will, or my suggested friendly amendment to the motion is to continue the matter for 2 weeks, revise the text of the motion to replace the March ballot with the May ballot. I think creation of an ad hoc is actually within your discretion, Mr. President. I think it doesn't require a motion of the body, but if it does...
I just wanted to take your temperature.
Well, if it does, I'm happy to have you select an ad hoc committee to further consider this. I see both shaking and nodding heads, which is goes
That's
to right,
Alan
kind of
confusing
goes to the heart
everybody.
of the matter here. So what is it that our city attorney and our clerk want to add into this? Is there...
Alan, you weren't shaking your head no. You did tell me that I could do this.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so
Very
let's
good.
just don't
Very
shake,
good.
don't move your head. Just look straight at Pete. Okay, now close it.
So my amendment, continue the matter 2 weeks, modify the language to have it refer to the May ballot, and then do we So are we required to have a motion to create this ad hoc, or is that simply within the discretion of the President? If it requires a motion, I will add that then as a friendly amendment to Mr. Kretz's motion as well, if that's your desire, Mr. Kretz.
Does that elevate your comfort level, Mr. Kretz?
Part of the motion to continue. I'll accept all that as a friendly amendment to my substitute motion.
All right, then, no more. In fact,
well, it's not a substitute motion. It's a motion to amend my motion as I.
City Attorney's Office, you're good with this, or?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
We'll meet with Mr. Councilman Koretz and Councilman Krikorian.
Okay. I will, by tomorrow morning, appoint a few members, starting with Mr. Cardenas. Anyway,
then with that, members, I would ask for your aye vote on the motion as amended by Mr. Kretz.
Okay, so there are no more speakers on the queue. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
Twelve ayes, 3 noes.
Okay, thank you. All right. That's it.
Mr. President, there's been a request from Councilmember Perry to reconsider item 41.
We're done. We're done?
Yes.
Which item is that?
Oh, the specific one.
Okay, let's do this. Why don't we have one more item we have to recess, and then Ms. Perry, maybe I can have you and Mr. Reyes have a conversation. And I understand, but I'd like for the two of you to just go at this one more time, and then I'll make a determination. There will be action before the day is over. So at this point, I need to recess the current meeting, go into the special meeting. And do we have the representatives of PD and Mr. Englander, or who do you need?
Mr. President, pardon me. Before doing so, we should actually call the roll for the special meeting. Alarcon, Buscaino, Cardenas, Englander, Garcetti, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, LaBanche, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Zion, Wesson. 15 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, I'll defer to Mr. Englander.
Great, thank you very much. I don't have any questions of departments. I wanted them here in case you all had some questions. There's 2 quick motions up on item 42 and 43. We can actually, unless you want to take them separately, are there any requests to take?
What are you suggesting? I have no requests and no speakers in the queue.
Okay, I would suggest we take them separately, but let me just walk you through it real quick, we can go ahead and do it. On item 40,
I'm told I have some cards. Maybe you should let me go through the cards.
Sort of cards first. That's fine. Thanks.
Okay, Arnold Sachs, he's not here. And is that John Walsh, maybe? But you didn't put your last name?
And, Mr. President, for the record, items 42 and 43 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, Mr. Walsh.
John
without objection. And now Mr. Walsh.
Blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. We had 10,000 requests. 10,000 people yesterday came to the website. I can show it to you right now on the GoDaddy. There's 2 good reasons, Angeline, draft Angeline. But the important thing here, and incidentally, you haven't completed public comment for the meeting. And if you want me to stay here to 5:30, I'll stay here to 5:30, but I'm doing the damn public comment. Now, on the item here, 42, this concerns service police officers transitioning into the classification of police specialists. We are always for all union members. I'm tired of union members being used as a scapegoat for capitalist running dog lackeys, excuse my Marxism, and we believe that our union people and all these officers deserve to be treated this way and not be discriminated against. HollywoodHighlands.org.
You capitalist pigs.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walsh, on this item. Now, Ms. Perry's on the queue.
Yeah. Okay, you ready? Did you want me to speak now?
Yeah, we're on this, Mitchell.
He's on 42.
Thank you. Items 42.
Let Mitchell wrap up and then Ms. Perry.
Quickly, items 42 and 43, I just got some clarity that I want to add to this before there's any questions. First on 42, this was currently LAPD, when you graduate, when you're hired as an LAPD officer, you have an 18-month probationary period. And these were the OPS consolidation. These are the officers who were hired to protect us. These are the guys, the men and women who were hired to protect our key facilities. And so if they go through all the background training and the lateral programs that are being designed for them specifically by LAPD and the Chief's office and under the leadership of Michael Moore have been working tirelessly to figure out how to make this a seamless process for them. They've agreed to lower that probationary period from the time they finish the training, which is going to be 6 to 8 weeks from the time they finish the training to then they'll start an in-field probationary period of 6 months. And that's very reasonable. I went out and actually met with not just their representatives, but I started meeting with the individual officers that are in the field, the police officers, the OPS officers that are protecting our libraries and our parks and us. And they were two key issues that they brought up, and this was one of them. And so that's what this does on item 42. On item 43, their other item was that they're currently in the Lacers retirement program, and it would actually require a charter change. And this was another issue that they didn't want to lose that, but if they transitioned over and were hired by LAPD as full-time LAPD officers, not as the security officers in the current classification that they're keeping during the transfer, they too should be entitled to be able to transfer their pension over as well, as long as it's cost neutral to the city. So this charter amendment would allow them to buy back that time and recognize them for what they've done and their commitment to us, to our facilities, to the residents, the men and women that they've been protecting in our communities. This gives them that dignity and the protection and the ability for them to purchase that time and transfer it over at no cost to PD or to us as well, but that opportunity. So I ask for your aye vote in this. We've been working very hard to move this forward. It doesn't clarify all the issues, but they've been more than patient and more than willing to sit down and recognize and work with us. And I want to recognize them for all their efforts, because while this transition is new and exciting, it's also challenging and scary for those ones that are transitioning. And so we got to make sure, and I want to ask you for two things: your aye vote on both of the items, and the other thing is when you see the OPS officers, when you see our Office of Public Safety out on the street in our district and in this building, stop for a second and talk to them and thank them for protecting us. Thank you.
Ms. Perry.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I wanted to talk on 41. I jumped the gun.
Okay, Mr. Labange.
Mike Moore just come up. One big issue. This is a vote, yes vote, but the issue of the park rangers. Right now, park rangers are supervised by GSD. What's going to happen to the park rangers, which are so important under this? Mike Moore.
Scheduled very soon. That's not before us. I just wanted to bring your attention to that.
GSD supervises the rangers.
Yeah, I get that, but we have two items that are...
GSD is up on the board, Mitch.
I get it.
Mike Moore's right here.
This is a special meeting, and it's strictly constrained to the items on the agenda.
Yeah, GSD supervises the rangers. Just answer the question, Chief Moore.
Actually, it should be constrained to these items because it's on a
Mr. City Attorney, what happens to the park rangers who are supervised by GSD? Ask the chief to answer the question. That's all.
Mr. Labange.
Right.
It would be better for us to address that concern at another time. I know how you feel about the Rangers, and we will find what the answer to your question is.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to know about the probationary period for those who supervise the Rangers.
I understand that, and why don't you tell us how you really feel? Okay, Mr. Alarcon.
With regard to those park rangers, no, I'm just kidding. I'm a little concerned about the transfer on the pension system. Can somebody tell me about how that happens without costing somebody something? Is somebody from the pension system here?
The motion that's before you would request a charter amendment to allow the OPS officers at their sole cost, to true up and purchase credits in the pension system. So it would be a cost to the employee to buy credit in pensions. So there's a funding differential between LACERs and pensions, and in order for the employee to purchase credits in an equivalent amount, they would have to pay that differential.
Okay, so that would not have a...
It's cost neutral to the city, not to the employee.
Is it cost neutral to the police and fire pension system?
It would be, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Zine.
To permit the purchase of pension service credits, doesn't specify, is that to the police fire pension system?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's two representatives that are here from OPS. I think it's their bargaining representatives. When this came up last time, Mr. England and I discussed it, and we held it because there were some unresolved issues. I'd just like to get a clarification from the two representatives that are here in chambers that this has been worked out with them and their association. If I could have an acknowledgement from the two representatives. Since we can put this to rest finally and not keep going around the merry-go-round as we've done before. This on the pension issue.
Clarification. This is not on the entire transfer that's coming next week?
I'm only talking about this issue with the pension. We know the other issues are pending. I'm just concerned about the pension, which is the matter up now. This is satisfactory with you folks?
Yes, as far as the pension buyback plan, we are.
That's all we need right now.
satisfied.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. That's all we need. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. There are no more speakers on the queue. So I think on this item, or Chief, did you want to say something before? Okay, then let's prepare to vote, Madam Clerk. Let's open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, now we need to adjourn this meeting, go back to our regular meeting, and now, Ms. Perry, you had a request that we continue an item until Tuesday.
Yeah, I thought it would be more efficient since I did have a meeting with representatives from the University of Southern California last night and have spoken with Michael LeGrand this morning, and I believe it's their intention to transmit a list of any outstanding issues regarding University Village by this Friday to the City Attorney's Office. And I've spoken with Mr. Trutanich this morning twice and to Mr. Carter, and they believe that they can move in an efficient way to get this done. USC has graciously offered to cover any overtime costs that might be associated with this project moving forward, and Mr. Trutanich has said that money is not a consideration in this matter, but the offer still remains on the table. By continuing it to a date certain, it should enable us to be able to tie up all of these loose ends.
Okay, now we have to vote to... Okay, so let's open the roll on reconsideration. Let's open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, now I will grant the continuance till Tuesday, Ms. Perry, but it is my intention that that we would vote on this on Tuesday. So make sure that you get all your questions answered, dot the I's and cross the T's. So without objection on that item, that'll be the order.
And Mr. President, for the record, Tuesday is November 6th.
Okay, that's fine. All right, what do we have before this body?
Mr. President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
What do I do, sign it? Okay, that's, item 10 forthwith. Okay, and consider the other items posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
Announcements, Mr. Buscaino. Go ahead, Mr. Buscaino. Could you get his mic?
Mic check, 10-4.
Thank you.
Oh, you know what, Mr. Buscaino, I have 3 cards for general public comment, so I've got to do that. I appreciate the reminder. Okay, so let's get Wayne, Spindler, John Walsh, Dowhouse Dude, and if George is here. Thank you again for the reminder.
Yes. Thank you so much for making us wait 4 hours and 16 minutes to speak for 2 minutes.
Mr. Spindler,
we greatly appreciate
Mr. Hold his time. Public comment is now at the end of the council agenda. That's the way that it's posted.
You were doing it in the middle of the meeting.
I do it. I try to make it as quickly as I can.
Yeah. So we appreciate that, having to wait those hours. Item 10 was a real interesting item. I worked a lot of hours trying to get Carmen Trutanich elected over his opponent. And one of the things that he ran on was that he was going to manage the best law firm, the city attorney's office, and eliminate as much as possible outside contracts, that outside legal contracts were a waste of city money, and that the attorneys he could hire should do these things. And we see here we've got $3.7 million of money going to these law firms. Burke, Williams, and Sorensen, $300,000.
Mr. President, he's talking about an item on the agenda, and there was
It's a
public
general
comment.
item, my friend. It's about the tax dollars going to these outside contracts. The man ran for office to stop this. And here, in one day, one fell swoop on a few cases, we've got $3.7 million. The point being is this. The people of the city can't get someone in the inside of the horseshoe, in the ivory towers of the power of the city, that will just work for the taxpayer. No matter what you do, even if Kevin James somehow become mayor, whoever becomes anything, they will do the same thing, whether it's Fewer, whether it's Trutanich. The only thing I wanted the man to do, for once, was just say no. Why is this? And then you want to raise our taxes while they're spending millions of dollars for these outside lawyers? $77 million worth of attorneys. You could do this work. Thank you.
John Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Come and see the two big reasons to vote for Angeline. First, Alacone for Assembly. Second, Carmen Trutanich for City Attorney. I'm speaking to everyone out here. I voted against Trutanich. Jackie Lacey, I voted for Jackie Lacey the first time, I'll vote for her a second time. But here, I vote for Trutanich. Now, Mr. Rosendahl is gone, but he keeps asking, where is the mayor? Well, the mayor has a personal life, which impedes on his public life. Now, Lou Parker is not part of his public life, private life anymore, and I sent out an email blast this morning to everybody in this city who his new main squeeze is, his new girlfriend, and incidentally, a very famous girlfriend, and that would be Kate Del Castillo, the famous Mexican-American star. Now, you heard it here first. Now, no on Measure J. What happened in L.A.? What happened in New York? The subway in New York went down, and they were saved by the buses. What happened in Japan? The same thing after the nuclear reactor. What happened in New Orleans? And what are we doing with J? No on Proposition J, $60 billion. You've cut 1 million hours of bus service out. And when the earthquake happens, and I want to live to see that day when the subway is down and you have a crappy, decimated bus system. Garbage. No on J. It's racism. 100% no on J. What part? Look at what's happening at this very moment. The lifeline for 8 million people in New York is the bus system. They are crowded. And why? Because of deferred maintenance in New York. And what is the deferred maintenance here in Los Angeles? According to the LA Times, $1 billion in deferred rail maintenance. It is waiting for a disaster. You are an only person is Bernie Parker.
One dude.
Very simple. Sign, you're not being respectful. All right. I do not respect you
Hold on
either.
a moment. Stop the clock. Mr. City Attorney, Is the man performing for, or is he speaking publicly?
He is just speaking right now. It just seemed odd that he was calling a council member out for being disrespectful while he has a bottle on his head.
Oh, if you'd want to take the bottle off, I'd appreciate it. If you don't want to take it off, complete your comments. Thank you. Thank you. Run the clock.
A little bottle is a big issue. Big deal. Anyway, the biggest issue is homelessness. And you're talking about billions of dollars going to attorneys. Oh, a little lower? You cannot hear me. Anyway, yeah, look, this is a stupid society. We have all this litigation. We could have a place where we don't have any landlords. Hey, psst, quiet. Hey, quiet. Thank you. Anyway, see? How do you expect respect when you don't give respect? It is stupid. Anyway, yeah, homelessness. You know, veteran homeless. I hope you lose your head and go homeless so I can talk to you out there in the streets. Okay? I hope all of you go mad. You're already mad because you're spending billions of dollars that could be spent on housing for everyone. Excuse me, Mr. Reyes, I was yawning when you were speaking because you're all talking a lot of hot air and you make no sense. You're spending billions of dollars when we could have housing for everyone. You are full of hot air.
That completes the public comment for this day, the 31st of October, 2012. Members, we have completed our agenda. Are there any announcements? Mr. Buscaino of the 15th District.
Thank you. Happy Halloween to all. Just wishing all of our parents a safe Halloween. Make sure our kids don't run into the streets. I know they're going to get real excited about going trick-or-treating. But most importantly, tomorrow is in downtown San Pedro, the San Pedro's Dia de los Muertos Festival, presented by the San Pedro Historic Waterfront Business Improvement District. It's going to kick off at 3:30 and at 10. They're going to highlight the Grammy Award-winning Mariachi Divas. Come hungry. You'll definitely want to sample the delicious Latin American food from local restaurants. Kids will enjoy the La Muerte Vive art area where they can make a special free take-home craft. You can dress in costume, come as you are, fabulous prizes. You can also have your face painted. It's going to take place on 6th Street in downtown San Pedro between Pacific and Mesa. Again, tomorrow, 3:30 to 10 p.m. It's in partnership with the First Thursday event that the San Pedro Chamber of Commerce puts on. So everyone's welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thanks for reminding about Halloween and safety first. Any other announcements at this time? Any adjourning motions? Ms. Perry?
Thank you very much. I would like to adjourn in memory of James Richardson, also known as Mr. Kicks, the Jammin' Jai Rich, as he was commonly known on KBCA Radio, 105.1 FM. After serving a stint in the Marines from 1953 to 1957, he went to the Don Martin School of Broadcasting and obtained his first-class FCC license after graduating. He then went on to become an institution in the jazz world, as he was on the air on KBCA for over a decade, doing the morning drive, playing some of the best tunes in jazz for your musical pleasure. From John Coltrane to Duke Ellington, Sarah Vaughan, Ella Fitzgerald, Miles Davis, you could always catch Jai as he mixed and blended a bit of musical brew. He went on air on KJLH 102.3 FM in the early 1970s and helped put that station on the map, working alongside with Rod McGrew, Levi Booker, and Lawrence Tanter. He joined veteran broadcaster Don Tracy of K-Day AM, who started the Los Angeles School of Broadcasting and became a teacher there in 1975. He accomplished much in his life and built relationships with many African-American businesses such as Roscoe's House of Chicken and Waffles, and eventually became a general manager for Herb Hudson, the owner. He is survived by his wife of 28 years, Amy Richardson's, daughters Paula, Debbie, and Lisa, sons Dwayne, Jai, and Rory, along with 18 grandchildren. He will be sincerely missed.
Ms. Perry, thank you very much. Members, I also ask we adjourn in members of the victim of the hurricane and storm that hit the Tri-County, Tri-City area of New York, Connecticut. As such, this meeting now is completed. Let's remember those who've gone before us, and every day is a blessing. Thank you very much. Thank you, clerks.